My name is John Hamry. I am the president at CSIS. But when you're the president of a think tank, your role is entirely ornamental. You know, my job here is just simply to welcome all of you and to say thank you for coming, joining us for what I think is going to be a very important conversation. It's a far more important question, you know, than average Americans think. And so I look forward to this. This is going to be really very important. I came back 2 days ago from having spent 2 weeks in Japan, and my body clock is so screwed up. I mean, I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning having a nightmare, you know, and I'll just share it with you. Recently I had a little injury that put me in the hospital, and I was there for a couple of days. And but in this nightmare, this dream I had, I thought I heard the hospital administrator talking with the chief of nursing, and he said to her, "We've got too many sick people in this hospital, you know, and it's not good for our profit margins. It costs us too much. They're here too long, and so." Let me ask you to go around, and I just want you to recalibrate the digital thermometers and take everything down a degree. And while you're doing that, I want you to go to the blood pressure monitors and take them down 15 points, both up and down. You know, I mean, we need to get better stats here, and it's not going to matter that much. We need to get a bigger turnover here because we're not making enough money. You know, what a nightmare, huh? But then I thought, well, you know, we've seen this in the real world. About, 8 or 9 months ago, maybe it was a year ago, China decided that 20% unemployment for youth graduates from universities is too high a percent. So they just stopped reporting news on that for 4 or 5 months until they came up with a new formula, and magically it was 16%, right? Huh? I remember when Christine Kirchner was the president of Argentina, you know, inflation rate was something like 200%. I mean, Jesus, it's unbelievable. And she said, well, let's just stop reporting, you know, the inflation rate. It'll be better if we don't tell people. You know, there's a terrible propensity for politics to get in the way of honesty. And if you think about it, everything in our economy depends on an honest, objective assessment of what's going on, you know, and we count on important agencies of the government to give us that. And, you know, there have been some challenges here. I mean, President Trump wasn't all that happy with the statistics that came out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and so he fired the lady that was running it, okay? But, you know, it highlights the point here, right? That you don't have healthier people if you just turn down dial down the gauge on how you're registering people's blood pressure. You know, you got to have honest data, you know, if we're going to do this. Now, I'd also say I think we probably need to do some serious looking at how we do our statistical data collection. I mean, I'm a government guy. I was a government guy for 25 years, very proud of it. But I know what it's like. I mean, most of our data is from data calls, right? And we send out things and say, tell us these things. And invariably we get mediocre responses, and so then we turn to statisticians to try to do a correction, you know. That's probably an obsolete model for the world we're living in. We probably need to think about new ways to collect data, you know, but only the government can provide a valid authenticity to its quality. And that's what we're going to explore today. That's what we're going to talk about today. And I'm so glad to see this room full of people that care about this issue. You know, if I were to go up to Capitol Hill and see if I could round up 10 members of Congress that would sit in on this session, I don't know if I'd be able to get it, you know? But we have to start. We have to create the starting point for making the case for strong, valid, objective data collection and analysis, and the role of the government to do that. And I think that's what we're going to talk about today with each other. So let me say thank you to all of you for coming. I want to say, I'm going to turn now to Naveen Girishankar. He heads our Economic Security and Technology program. And it was through his agency that we had the opportunity to have this. And I want to say thank you to the Sloan Foundation for giving us kind of the wampum, you know, to be able to do this. But I don't think this one conference is going to be the start and the end of this effort. This is going to take a lot more work. And it's going to be everybody here in this room that's going to have to make it work. So Naveen, let me ask you to come up here and let's get this started for real. Thank you all.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Dr. Hamry. I don't think anyone can really crystallize a message so colorfully as you have. That dream was quite interesting. I'm Naveen Girishankar. I head up the Economic Security and Technology Department here at CSIS. It's just so great to see so many of you here. We saw some of you last night. This is a fantastic group. I can imagine some people are asking the question, well, why would a national security think tank be hosting an event on federal statistics? And I think the answer is simple. America can't afford to be shooting in the dark. And, you know, when you think about American companies, they're currently deciding where to build, how to rewire supply chains, navigate the tariff war, manage supply chain choke points and vulnerabilities. Small business and community lenders are trying to price credit, set staffing and inventory. States and cities trying to figure out whether to green light the latest AI data center and what its impact is going to be on their grid, on ratepayers. These things are not new, but they're increasingly challenging. And I think they're increasingly challenging because our economy is changing in a profound way. We have overlapping technology revolutions afoot. AI gets a lot of attention, but there are other things that are happening at the same time. Across clean technologies, climate technologies, life sciences, potentially quantum, obviously the CHIPS agenda. We are navigating markets that are increasingly vulnerable to mercantile and malign action by our adversaries. And we are trying to contend with what some would say are decades of various forms of dislocation, economic dislocation for communities across the country. And so the statistical system that we have built for 2 centuries, the gold standard, the global benchmark, I would consider it almost an operating system for the economy, is being challenged and in new ways and is under strain. Not only for what Dr. Hamry referenced, but I would say it's probably been under strain for some time. And so that offers an opportunity, which is why we really wanted to try and bring as many of you as possible together, because it's an opportunity to imagine and begin to figure out a game plan for the system that the country needs going forward, rather than only preserving the system that we inherited, both of which are important. And so we are super lucky to have a lot of key people in the room today, or they will be in the room over the course of the day. First and foremost, I got to really thank our USG government officials who are here. You'll see Chief Statistician Mark Calabria will be coming in a little while. I'm so excited that he's made time and he's going to be able to be with us. But of course, I want to also mention the leaders of Census, of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, of the Bureau of Economic Affairs, of Economic Analysis. All of these colleagues who day in and day out are running the statistical system, oftentimes, under the radar screen without acknowledgement from the public. They are hard at it. They're even in the midst of the shutdown. I just want to really applaud them, thank them for their service. And we're going to have an opportunity to hear from them as well directly. Also, number of important voices from the business community, from the investment community, from labor, from the states. So we couldn't get everybody here, but as many as possible. And the reason is, I was saying yesterday, it's kind of the elephant and the blind men. Like everyone's got a piece of it. They understand, okay, I got the leg here or the trunk here, but we need all of us in the room to triangulate our perspectives to get the rich picture of not only what is needed, but also what we can do about it. Dr. Hamry mentioned, I want to echo, many thanks to Danny Garoff at the Sloan Foundation. His leadership, his foresight, his thinking, his thought partnership, and his support have made this possible. I know there are other colleagues in town, the American Statistical Association, Bipartisan Policy Center, MITRE, the Economic Innovation Group. All of them are part of this agenda and this community. I'm really happy that they're here and participating today. They will be leading some of the roundtables in the afternoon. The goal of those roundtables is to begin the conversation on what a game plan could be. And one of the things I'm interested in hearing today is both from government but also the private sector, what would be useful in that game plan? Because we're going to start the process. Hopefully this becomes an ongoing agenda for us and work stream, and one that will be helpful to the government, to the private sector, to state and local as well. A word on economic security, and then I'll close it out here. It's unusual, I think, to frame statistics and economic security together because it means different things to different people. I would invite you to consider how we're thinking about it on our team, and some of our colleagues are here today. Phil Luck, the Director of Economics, Leslie Abrahams, the Deputy Director of Energy Security and Climate Change, and you'll get a chance to talk to them. But we are thinking of economic security as the importance of promoting economic dynamism, the role of markets, while preserving technology advantage, both of which are essential to our long-term growth, the security of our markets and assets, I would include data in there, and our global influence. And isn't it true that the statistical system that has been built, again, since the founding of the Republic, really is a centerpiece of all those things? And it is so incumbent on us to ensure that we continue to build as others have in the generations before. I was reflecting on the fact, and Andrew Reamer and Chris Borges, who have really made this possible, I need to acknowledge them. Andrew is a great historian. Andrew is a phenomenal historian of US statistics. I didn't realize that. I was like, Andrew, if you haven't written the book, can you write another book about this? And as he was schooling and educating me, I was reflecting on the fact that the great architects of the American economy over the last 2 centuries also were builders of our statistical system, brick by brick or survey by survey and indicator by indicator. And so that's kind of the tradition that I know that this group is part of. And so it's something that, I wrote about this and I view it this way. Generation after generation, we invested in not only the integrity of the system, which Dr. Hamry mentioned, but the innovation of the system. And so it's this balancing act that hopefully we will begin, or you've already been at it, but at least in this context, we'll begin that conversation today. So that's how we think about economic security and why statistics is important for it. We should start with the user perspective. I know several of you who I sought your advice and they said, start with the users, understand what they need, understand how they use statistics. And I think no better person than Todd McCracken, who's the president and CEO of the National Small Business Association. Many of you know him. Small business is an engine of American growth. And I think understanding his perspective is going to be really important as we kick this off. So first of all, thank you all. This is exciting. I feel very motivated about this. It's partly because inspired by the conversations I've had with many of the people in the room. So let's keep that going. And Todd, I know you're going to inspire us as well with your thoughts. So please come on up. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Naveen, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here in front of such an august group. You all know much more about the U.S. statistical system than I do, for sure, and I'm really happy that CSIS has organized this event, and I hope, as we've already heard, it's the first of many, because we have to broaden the tent of people who realize just how important this topic is. There's an element always in these things of preaching to the converted, but we've got to make the tent ever bigger. I'm the president and CEO of the National Small Business Association. We've been around now for almost 90 years trying to advocate for the small business community as best we can, nonpartisan, hopefully proactive basis. And the underpinning of everything we do as an organization, everything that our members try to do as businesses, is underpinned by data, knowledge, information, trying to assess risk, trying to figure out where the next business opportunity is going to be. But I also think it's really important to understand the small business community isn't just a user of data. Probably even more importantly, they are subject to users of data. So the assessments that big companies might use in deciding where to build, who to partner with, they're using important federal data to make those decisions that affect those small companies. Policymakers in DC who are trying to decide, who needs a tax cut, what regulations should we pass, how do we reform the lending system, is all underpinned by federal data that will have a huge impact on the small business community. So it's just crucially important that we convene, we think about these issues, the twin challenge I think for us all is not just is twofold. It's both how do we protect and make sure that the data that we have is reliable and honest and as broad-based as possible. While really in protecting that integrity, while also looking forward to how we can reshape the data that we collect, how we collect it, how we transmit it to society, is as useful as possible. We're mostly a public policy focused organization. So my perspective on this has been shaped by big events. So often when we think about the small business community, we think the whole blind man, the elephant thing. Everyone has a different perspective on what it is, why it matters, and different cuts at it. And it really matters, I think, when we're in a crisis. I've lived through a bunch of them representing small business. The financial crisis, 2008, 2009, COVID. Actually, also, it was a huge period for small business policy and how do we keep them alive? What do they need? How do we know what they need? And how are they responding to the things we're doing? And in both those cases, which were really significant events, we didn't have a lot of contemporary data. A lot of it was very backloaded. There's excellent data that we get from the census about the business community, but most of the really good stuff tells us what was happening a couple of years ago. So updating and making it as contemporaneous as possible, I think is for us, is probably the single most important thing we can do, alongside protecting the integrity and the honesty of the data that we all rely on so much. And from a small business perspective, also, we're in an interesting position because so much data that we collect economically about businesses is sectoral, right? So we often make policy based on small business but the data we have is largely looks at them by the industry they're in, the kinds of businesses they do. And so I think cracking through that and thinking that through a little bit more as we move forward would be incredibly helpful to small companies and also the bigger companies that do business with them. But my bigger message here is we really need to make sure that we hold politicians to account who try to politicize statistics and data that's coming out of the federal government. We've got to have honesty, and that's why we need to broaden this tent to make sure that a broader audience really understands the importance of this. And it's not just the honesty of the data that we have. I worry a lot about an impulse that our politicians might have to avoid collecting data that might be inconvenient, and to set up systems so that we simply aren't asking questions because they don't want to hear the answer. And I think it's crucial that we avoid that. We've got to be asking all the important questions and assessing all the critical data in as truthful and a positive way as possible. That's my message today, and I just want to thank you all for showing up for this and getting this ball rolling and really thinking this through in a broad-based way. I looked at the attendee list, and it's really impressive who you've been able to assemble here to have these discussions and learnings here today. And whatever we can do as the business organization to help and to try to reach out to whether it's other business organizations, politicians, to try to reinforce the message of this group today, we will do. So I'm going to be short. You guys all know this stuff better than I do about how we actually do this. So I just want to come and say and thank you for doing this, and we stand ready to help. Thanks for having me.
Okay, I'm going to be an amateur MC here. So next session, I'd ask Dr. Leslie Abrahams, my colleague, to come on up. We have a panel. We're going to pick up where Todd left off and talk to the folks with the user perspective. And so Dr. Brian Grady from South Carolina, Department of Employment and Workforce. Delighted that you're here. David McNellis, who is from KKR, Managing Director, and Ken Simonson, Chief Economist of the Associated General Contractors of America.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to those who are viewing online, as well as to those of you in the room. I am Leslie Abrahams. I'm the Deputy Director of the Energy Security and Climate Change Program here at CSIS. And as Naveen said, understanding the user perspective is so foundational to the rest of the conversations we're going to have today. So this panel is really going to focus on how federal statistics help drive decision-making at the state level and across different industries, because we know it's really the driver of economic growth across all sectors. So to help me gather these insights today, I have with me first Dr. Brian Grady from South Carolina, who's helping us with the state perspective, really understanding workforce development and local development. We have Dave McNellis from KKR, who is going to help us understand kind of really the global strategy, investment decisions, and how federal data helps drive that. And then finally, we have Ken from the Association of General Contractors. And so he's going to provide a perspective on industry level construction and infrastructure data, which we know this sector in and of itself is an indicator of economic growth. So, Brian, maybe I'll begin with you. You came to visit us in DC today, but take us for a minute to South Carolina. And can you give us one memorable success story of how federal statistics helped with local workforce or business development in the state?
Sure. So thank you to everyone who was involved in putting this event together, first off. You may be looking at the program and you're like, what is an assistant executive director of labor market information? essentially every state, it may be called something different in state to state, but every state has a labor market information division. And our primary role is to collaborate with the U.S. Department of Labor through the production of labor statistics, state and local payroll numbers, unemployment rates, et cetera, as well as to help disseminate that information to the workforce system. So when you think about when a state decides what sorts of training programs to implement or how to allocate resources, so much of that is reliant on the federal data system, as well as our small role in contributing to that. So when you look at what we've been able to accomplish in South Carolina, we've really pivoted toward a very data-driven strategy for workforce development. This came out of legislation that passed about 2.5 years ago at the state level. It was spearheaded by the Speaker of our state House of Representatives. And I think we've really made a lot of progress in terms of developing a coherent and unified state plan for workforce development. And at its root, that is driven by data, whether it is identifying key occupations where we have identified a shortfall in who is coming out of our state's colleges and universities, or whether that's in evaluating the return on investment that students get from those colleges and universities. All of that ultimately comes back to federal data. All of it eventually comes back to either the Census Bureau or BLS or BEA or someone out there. And basically, without the infrastructure that we have, state government, local government, councils of governments, regional workforce boards, they would all be flying completely blind. And I think I think there's definitely a pivot where before, I think there was a lot of emphasis on the common experience of people and thinking things through on a very sort of anecdotal level. But I've seen just in the 4 years that I've been in this job, a dramatic pivot and a workforce strategy that is more thoughtful and directly informed by all of these different data sets.
Thank you. And I think one of the common threads that we're going to be hearing today is about how important it is to make big decisions with imperfect and incomplete information. And you mentioned that data-driven decision-making has become really central in the last few years. And so, Ken, I'd like to turn to you for a minute and ask you, what is the key way that your members are using federal statistics to help them with their data-driven decision-making?
Well, there are a lot of sources within BLS and Census that cover construction in different ways, but they're, for the most part, pretty hard for somebody who's trying to run a business to access and to understand what the limitations, what the scope and those are. So I act as an intermediary to try to identify what I think would be most useful. I'd say if I had to pick one particular source, it would be producer price indexes, because we've seen so much volatility in construction materials costs, other kinds of costs over the last 6 years in particular. So I put out a set of tables that shows what has happened to the producer price index for a variety of materials, and also aggregated to show what's going on with construction categories such as total non-residential construction or highway and street construction. Fortunately, BLS does the hard work there, but it's something that construction firms use themselves, but they also pass on to owners, whether it's a state legislator or a local airport authority or a private owner, to document and to show here's what an independent source is finding has happened to cost. And this is why our bid is so much higher than what you expected when you first advertised this project 4 years ago, and then you put it back on the shelf. But I also think that the question that I probably get that I'm not able to answer cleanly that has also arisen in the last few years is how much money is available for infrastructure spending. And this may be something KKR has an answer to, but there are a lot of different federal sources that point out how much has supposedly been awarded under each program, but that's a long way from finding out how much of the states actually put out to bid, how much has been accepted as the winning bid, how much has actually been spent on that project once the award took place. And this is an opportunity, I think, that federal agencies could coordinate and come up with more consistent data series. So maybe I've jumped ahead, Leslie, and answered something you haven't asked yet, but yes, we get a lot of value out of federal statistics, but there are other sources of statistics that only add to confusion or leave questions unanswered.
Yes, thank you. And we certainly want to jump ahead to some of the things that you mentioned. So that was a really helpful little preview. But just before we do, Dave, I'm wondering if you could maybe just tell us a story of a decision or investment that was really shaped by having access to federal data. And with that, maybe help us see something in federal data and federal statistics that most of us don't even recognize or realize is important to the work you do.
Yeah, thanks, Leslie. So Dave McNellis, I'm co-head of macro and investment risk at KKR. It's a 15-person team. We report up to Henry McVeigh, who in addition to overseeing that group, is the CIO of KKR's balance sheet, which is a pool of over $30 billion of assets, one of the larger pools of private markets investments out there. And KKR started this group back in 2011. It's a little bit unusual to have a macro team embedded in a private markets investing shop. You would generally think of them as being at a macro hedge fund, trading currencies or rates. But KKR had this notion, it's a continuous improvement kind of place. And the flavor of continuous improvement back in 2011, you were still in the overhang of the GFC. And there was an emerging appreciation that macroeconomics was having more to do with outcomes for our investments than was maybe embedded at the point of underwrite. So that's what we do day to day, is work with deal teams thinking about modeling new underwrites and how we can think about bidding for new investments and then managing those investments from year to year over time. So to answer your question directly, lots of anecdotes we could talk through. One that jumps out is during the shale oil bust in 2015. We had a sporting goods company in the portfolio that was based predominantly in Texas. And there's a huge question right now. I was like, well, is this a good thing or a bad thing, right? Because generally you think of lower oil prices as a good thing for the consumer, but is that the case in Texas? And so it was early 2015 and it's time to budget for that year and just really think through whether we should be, extending ourselves or contracting. And so that involved having to go back with the history of the company, get the same store sales and look for correlations largely in a lot of government data, right? So sporting goods sales in the region, in the state, what does that tend to correlate with and how much do oil prices or rig counts and things like that matter? The short answer of which was that it mattered a little bit, but you came to appreciate actually, given the diversification of the Texas economy and the boost that consumers would get from lower energy prices, that actually the company would likely do pretty well that year, and that ended up being the correct assessment.
Great. That's a really helpful way to illustrate that, even with just that one individual company. And Dave, just sticking with you, I imagine when you're making these big investment decisions, you're not just relying on federal statistical data. And so I'm curious about how you think of the data that you collect or maybe other sources of private data that you use and what that partnership is like in trying to integrate that with public data.
Yeah, so, as you'd probably imagine, we'll use everything we can get our hands on. but the federal data are pretty difficult to replace. I'll give you a few dimensions of that. Number one would just be the length to which they go back. Look, when we're thinking of underwriting a new investment opportunity, probably not surprising, but oftentimes the last few years of performance have been pretty great. And they'll say, well, look, we're doing well. But what we need to do is go back and figure out how this company might perform in a down cycle. And by the way, the last endogenous global recession that we've really been through was 2009, almost 17 years away. So we have to get sort of theoretical in modeling how those end markets might have behaved back then. And you really need longer data sets. And there's not a lot in the world of alternative data that provides really robust stuff that goes back 17 years or to the cycles before then. So that's useful in the federal data. Number two is that, frankly, it's what decision-making bodies are using as reference material, right? So like whether the data on the unemployment rate are right or not, the Fed's gonna be making decisions to some extent based on that. So it just it's like the net in tennis, and you have to pay attention to it to that extent. And then the final point I'd make is the breadth of the data. So I'll get to a second, like the other end of the spectrum would be using our own portfolio data. We have a couple of hundred portfolio companies. They collectively employ almost 1 million people. It's a pretty good lens on the economy. You can get a lot out of that, but I just wanted to talk about what's more difficult to get out of that. And like maybe to put it further in context, for data geeks in the room, which I imagine is most of us, people pick a lot on the ADP employment report, which has all of a sudden become critical. But, and it's really been inconsistent with the private payroll or with the NFP report. The ADP report captures 20% of private payrolls directly, right? And so if that's not, they're getting a good lens, just like imagine the breadth that you need to have to really have a reliable sense of what's happening out there. And if you can't do that with 20% of private payrolls, even with 1 million employees, it's gonna be not the most representative sample. Our portfolio companies also tend to be steadier growth in nature, more services oriented in nature. They're not necessarily the first place that you would look to understand the leading edge of the economic cycle. They're gonna be more resilient. So let me answer your question now, which is how do other sources of data become useful? It's filling in the gaps. And in particular, getting a more qualitative sense of things. So for example, we run a monthly survey of procurement officers in the portfolio company. It looks a lot like PMI surveys, but you can ask a lot more questions in there. So this year, for example, how are you wrestling with tariffs? How do you see that flowing through to your prices and to the prices that you're seeing, and what's the game plan for that? It was full of granularity. Or similarly, we can go to the HR officers around the portfolio and understand what they're seeing in labor availability, in wage inflation trends, and get a little bit more forward-looking view than you're often going to get from a backward-looking survey. So it's very useful, but it's an adjunct, not a replacement to what we're getting from the statistical system.
Interesting. And so, Ken, turning to you, Dave mentioned some of the important things to investment decision making, like the temporal aspect of the federal data, the breadth, and how private data can maybe help supplement that. And I'm curious, from your perspective and for your members, what are the most significant challenges you see in using private data? You mentioned the Consumer Price Index is one of the key information providers that you use. Is there a replacement for that, or how does private data factor into the decisions that your members make?
Well, in the case of the Producer Price Index, yes, there have been for decades indexes compiled by data companies or by construction firms themselves that try to track their own set of input costs. how general those are, how applicable they are to other companies, or how well accepted they are by owners is a big question. And I'd say none of them can stack up against the impartiality, the free availability, and the so often used term gold standard that the BLS data provides. But I think more and more we're going to see private data providers coming forward. So in the area of construction statistics, a very important one from my standpoint is the monthly figure that we've now missed 2 iterations of on construction spending put in place by the Census Bureau. Normally comes out on the first of the month. Well, there are 2 data providers that have tracked construction starts, a somewhat different measure, but it should be in principle covering the same universe of projects. One of those companies has put out its own estimate of what census would have said in their October 1st report. So I'm a little bit hopeful that there will be more private supplements to at least pieces of the data, but nobody is going to have the range of coverage as you just heard about employment, where we do have one provider that has very impressive range, but it's, and they put out a report last week suggesting that in fact their estimates come closer to the BLS benchmark, the quarterly census of employment and wages, than the first BLS estimates. So perhaps there will be some more sources. I do think that more and more users are going to be looking for private suppliers and perhaps be willing to pay those, because we already have a lot of data that is passing through private databases, but not necessarily being collected and put out in a way that is useful to data users. So I hope the example that I just provided about the spending put in place, that we'll get more of those coming forward, even if the government is able to resume its activity. I have lost hope that we're going to see adequate levels of funding increases over the years for statistics, or adequate levels of survey response. That's been a big problem for both the private sector and the public sector. And yet at the same time, we know that there are many more data collections going on without the providers even being aware they're providing it. Every time we give permission to some app to follow our movements, they're able to collect data and are doing so. So government isn't going to be able to do that. They're not going to be welcomed by private individuals or businesses to have government come forward and say, hey, may we query you about this, may we pick up stuff. But people seem quite willing to allow that invasion of privacy by different app providers.
Yes, and I think you introduced the conversation of data privacy, which I think is important, but maybe perhaps for another panel.
Yes.
But so far, we've been discussing the relationship between private data and public data. And Brian, I'd like to turn to you and talk about state-level data. And there could be some who argue that states should be responsible for collecting their own data that they use to make decisions about workforce and economic development. So I'm curious what you think the key arguments are for the federal statistics to be able to help inform those decisions.
Sure. So, the first argument is just economies of scale, right? If you try to have 50 different states trying to conduct various forms of research to get a handle on their economies, you're going to end up spending a much larger sum of money and introducing all sorts of potential inconsistencies between different states' approaches. That would be challenging. Beyond that, I think it's just there's got to be a common language. There's got to be a common infrastructure. I think an analogy would be the road system. Yes, states have roads. States maintain roads. In some cases, localities build and maintain roads. But, it was realized pretty early on that we needed to have a federal infrastructure that gets the basics across, that lets the states do what they want to do on the the less nationally essential components, but builds that backbone through the interstate highway system. So I think BLS is very much in that mold, as well as other federal data sets, federal data sources. But the issue is that just like the interstate highway system was a very 20th century enterprise, so too is a lot of what happens at these data sources. When you think about, I was just thinking, if you could just get Visa, MasterCard, Walmart, Amazon, and Kroger in a room, you could probably learn more about the economy than you could get from the publicly available data sets. When we think about weather forecasting, we think about the fact that that's gotten exponentially more capable over time. We have a pretty good handle of where a hurricane's going to be 3, 4, 5 days in advance, for example. And that's because there are millions of weather stations and weather balloons and all sorts of measurement tools all over the place, and there's all these computer models. Whereas it kind of feels like when we're talking about labor statistics, you kind of got a thermometer, a weather vane, and a copy of the Old Farmer's Almanac, and you're kind of giving it a shot. Where the 21st century solution is clearly leveraging all of the administrative data that exists in the world and figuring out a way to do that in a way that is consistent and coherent and as mentioned, protects the privacy of both individuals and employers. That's not easy, and I think we have somebody later in the day will be talking about the JetX initiative that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation has been working on, and that my state is a pilot state with. And I think that's the future, is not having the federal government sort of step back and let the states do it, but having a new approach, and that will take money, that will take rethinking the way we've been doing things for a very long time, but I think that's the solution to what a 21st century economic data infrastructure looks like.
Thank you. And we've been first talking about the state level, or the U.S. level, then the state level. Now I'd like to take us to the global level. And Dave, I know that some of your portfolio companies are outside of the U.S. You make investment decisions and strategy at the global level. So I'm curious if you could help put into context what are the key differences in decision-making that the U.S. statistical system affords you that are bigger challenges in some other regions?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So let me talk about Asia. It's a big part of the business, about 20% of balance sheet investments, for example, and with a good chunk of that being in South and Southeast Asia, which are more emerging economies where the data infrastructure can be patchier. And so, just a few things about that would be, number one, you have larger informal economies, which can make the data jump around quite a bit. So in Vietnam, for example, in 2019, there was a rebasing of the whole national account system that as a result of which GDP jumped by 25%. And so, if you're relying on that much to understand the size of markets, that would be a problem. But also for the governments in those regions themselves, as they're making policy and understanding fiscal capacity, that's an issue. The second issue would just be the data availability generally. This impacts me day to day, often like as a therapist for the team. We're grumbling about the level of certainty that they're meant to have in forecasts based on such a light amount of evidence. I'll give you. Let's talk about India. That's an interesting example because so much of the development opportunity there is about the burgeoning of the consumer as it becomes more middle class and the development of the infrastructure there. There's no retail sales data in India. So we spend a lot of time looking at consumer opportunities where you just don't have the same information. And then on the infrastructure side, it was just a couple of years ago that the country started providing really good data on infrastructure investment. So what does that mean? Obviously we do business there. In fact, if you have the scale to operate and the relationships, it becomes more of an opportunity than a problem. But I think it narrows the set of people who can operate in the country. You know, in the US, there's been talk of this idea that there's more private equity funds than McDonald's, which is a pretty staggering statistic. It's not the case in Asia. It's a more constrained market. And the way that you end up doing business is you access private data and you have a network of executives within business that you can talk to and just give you a sense of what's going on. So the net effect of that is less liquidity in the capital markets. And then like throughout South and Southeast Asia, I'd estimate that credit spreads tend to be about 100 to 200 basis points wider on an apples to apples basis for credit quality. And so that's really how it manifests, is cost of capital is higher. Right? So credit is that much more expensive. And then in our Asia strategies, we're generally looking for returns that are on average maybe 5 percentage points higher than we would in developed market strategies. And it's not just a data story, but the overall macro volatility that can be associated with, whether it's you know, the more uncertain inflation because it's more difficult to manage, or the informal sector and the difficulty of understanding that, or the volatility of the currency, or frankly, the difficulty to hedge the currency. There's probably more frontier markets where we would operate if we could hedge the currency, and you simply can't. And I think part of that is that you don't have somebody on the other side of the trade who's willing to take that risk for several years, just given some of the volatility and the opacity of the economy. So hopefully that gives you some sense of it.
Yeah, so it sounds like it's not even just uncertainty around the investment itself. It's really the expectation of returns and how you manage that risk overall that's impacted by the data.
Yep.
Okay, Ken, I know you mentioned this earlier with kind of the changing times that we're in, just even in terms of technology and ability to access data. And I'm curious how you think about what are some of the key gaps in data that you experience in your industry, and how can different stakeholders co-create and work with the government to help try to solve these gaps using some of the 21st century data availability that Brian alluded to as well.
Sure. One example of a gap that has been partly filled is again, on the construction spending report. Until a year ago, we didn't have separate data on data center construction, which is now the fastest growing category of construction by far. And there are other niches for which we don't get a clear breakout of the data. So if the Census Bureau had the opportunity to be more nimble about showing different segments of construction from what they've been historically tied to showing, and in terms of working with the private sector, they actually use as a starting point for identifying projects that they want to sample information on starts that they purchase from one of these private data providers. It's expensive, though, and the coverage that data provider supplies may be variable, and there's no assurance that they're going to stay in that business indefinitely. So there's a lot of risk to government turning to the private sector, but I think really increasingly there's no alternative, that the government isn't going to be funded adequately to go out and replicate or to go beyond what is already being done on the private side. And as I said, the people who ultimately are supplying that information, they're less and less willing to take the time to answer a survey or even have personnel to do so. So to the extent that the government can learn from private data collectors how they're able to get information seamlessly or with less human interaction or time commitment, that would be helpful. And to the extent that there are private sector data providers who are willing to partner with government to provide some some alternative way of presenting their information. When I worked on the Census Scientific Advisory Committee 10 years ago, there were attempts to use some of these retail sales information or credit card information, but there are many steps between what any one provider can offer and what the government can use, and I think we need to put more effort into that. And then finally, I think going back to my first comment about how hard it is to know how much is being spent out of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act money, if we can get Bureau of Transportation statistics and census and federal highway data put together, or across customs and BEA data to get consistent measures of what imports are, and then have BLS be able to work that into its measures of price changes. There's certainly huge interest in how much of the cost of imports is going up because of tariffs, and what is the relative weight of those different things. So all of those, I think, show opportunity in principle for different government agencies, or within the labor area, can the weekly unemployment figures be integrated better with what BLS does and with what the state agencies are seeing themselves, since they're the source of both the state employment and the unemployment numbers.
Thank you. Well, I certainly have more questions for our panelists, but we have a few minutes, and I wanted to see if the audience has any questions that they want to ask.
Hi, I'm Howard Gluckman at the Urban Institute Tax Policy Center. Question for Ken. You alluded to this a little bit in one of your earlier answers, but survey response problem. What can be done? What specifically can be done to improve response by business? And I'd like to hear from Todd too, another time maybe. He's not on this panel, but there's obviously a big problem, and it'd be nice to hear what you think can be done to solve it.
I don't think you can persuade companies to put more human time into answering surveys. I think you have to be very selective about the information you're asking, and to the extent possible, find ways that they can automate their responses. And unfortunately, that's not usually an easy thing to do, but I think that there are cases where you can provide companies more paths to answer a survey form, because many of Todd's members probably still have an individual who's going to be opening that envelope, or at least opening that email message and entering the information themselves. But when you go to a larger company, they would be using AI to analyze what the questions are and to extract the answers. And so I think the federal government needs to be much closer to the cutting edge, and maybe they are, and I haven't heard about it yet, in enabling firms to use their own internal resources to provide answers in a form that is useful to the government. But I realize that that's a hypothetical answer. It's not one that I myself have had to deal with.
And one more question.
Hi, Andrew Reamer, CSIS and George Washington University. In your experience, to what extent are private data sets reliant on federal data for benchmarking themselves? Right, the weights for a lot of private sector data are tied to federal data, and so I would like to help better understand the connection between the two. Maybe
Brian, do you want to help us understand that connection?
I mean, yes, they're extremely tightly connected. As I sort of alluded to in my first answer, there is at its if you dig down into the methodology enough, you're eventually going to find something like quarterly census of employment and wages, and then 27 things put on top of it. And that's the case with vendors like Esri, like Lightcast, all of those providers, they are all essentially selling their secret sauce that goes on top of the hamburger that is the underlying federal data. So that's going to be there no matter what. And I just do want to say that all of these agencies do the absolute best that they can with the tools they have. I've, in my career met dozens of people at all of these agencies, and it's just a shame that we are, not backing them up with the tools and the funding that's needed to do a better job.
Okay, very quickly.
Quick observation, just it's not just about response rates or the weights, but also seasonal adjustments and getting those right and having them mirror the government data. So I was picking on ADP a little bit earlier, but a big issue is it's not that they're not representative, but they don't make the same seasonal adjustments. So the government kind of sets the benchmark there, and it's something that everyone is wrestling with.
Thank you. Well, we are out of time. I really appreciated your insights. I think, my key takeaways from our conversation is that the federal statistics are really irreplaceable for our decision-making across all sectors. But we are in changing technological times, and that really creates a lot of opportunities, especially for partnerships and collaboration with all stakeholders across the economy and the federal government. So please join me in thanking our panelists.
Hello, everyone. Okay, we're on to the next segment of the morning program. I am absolutely delighted to welcome Dr. Mark Calabria, who is the Chief Statistician of the United States. Thank you so much for taking the time. You have an immensely busy schedule, and so lots of questions for you, but you've had an extensive parkour across U.S. government, many different roles. And in your current role as Chief Statistician, I wanted to get started by asking you how you would describe the priorities of the administration when it comes to statistics at this moment in time. So.
Great. Well, maybe before I describe the priorities, let me do the disclaimer of everything I'm going to say is just my own.
Okay.
So don't take anything that
All
this
right.
may or may not overlap.
Understood.
So first and foremost, again, some of this was touched on the previous panel. I think what we need to focus on first and foremost is long-term decline in response rates.
Mm-hmm.
How do you turn that around? Mm-hmm. In the short run, we need to focus on the seasonality issues. As you know, a number of series, for instance, may have a 5-year cycle, so we still have got 2020 and 2021 entering into the seasonality, and I think it's fair to say that 2020 was weird in terms of data seasonality. Now, the plus is eventually that will roll off, but in the next couple of years, how do we deal with that seasonality issue before we get back to sort of a steady state? So that's fixable, but I think it's having a really big impact in day to the day. And then, of course, data security, which I know we'll talk about, extensively. And this, again, is one of the things that, to me, keeps me, up and really focused on how do we, again, I think it gets back to response rates in one way, in that, people are going to be more reluctant to respond if they don't believe that their data is going to be secure and protected. And of course, I'm, a very big privacy advocate, and I want to make sure that whatever we do collect does not get hacked or breached, or that people feel confident that the data that they give the government is not going to be shared in ways that they haven't consented to.
It's a great overview. Let me try and take a couple of threads here and pull them in and see where we go with the conversation. One of the things that we've been talking about, well, first, many of the issues you've raised are not new, right?
Yeah, so I guess I would, early in my career, I worked in the Senate Banking Committee, and, I would do these, events all the time, and people would ask me, what's the chairman's agenda? What's the committee's agenda? And after about 2 years, I gave up talking about that and just said, every year the agenda sets itself. The external events, the problems you inherit in the external events really drive your agenda. So I could have a long, drawn-out wish list, but most of that will never get done, and the external stuff is really going to drive it. And whoever sits in the seat has pretty much 90% of the same problems to fix.
Right, okay. One of the things that we've been talking about is how the economy is changing in profound ways. One version of that is that multiple technology revolutions, we're now in the midst of whatever the root causes of it is, a major upheaval in the trading system. We have some form of economic dislocation over many decades. And obviously you, in your previous role as chief economist to Vice President Pence, would have been viewing this from that perch. Now you're sitting here, you have to also think about the 100 or so statistical agencies that are under your purview across the federal government. How is the economy fundamentally changing in your view? And what pressure does that place on the statistical system that we have inherited?
So, we just as we moved at one time from predominantly agriculture to manufacturing, we have obviously the last few decades been moving from a manufacturing to services based. And obviously the output, I'm here in Washington, and I'll say, I don't know how you measure the output of a lobbyist, for instance. But we know how to manufacture the output of a plant. And so as we continue that direction of a service-based economy, things like professional services and value add in professional services, I think become much more difficult to truly measure, especially in terms of productivity relative to manufacturing. But again, we did go through a phase in our history where we transitioned from measuring agriculture output predominantly to measuring factory output, just as we went through a phase where, telephones became a thing and people stopped going as much to it and you called people up on the phone. So there's always technological change that goes on in terms of how you reach out to people and how you measure the economy. To some extent, statistics are always going to be a lagging indicator as we learn what sectors of the economy look different and how you think about, again, value-added productivity. Those are going to be a really big change as we move. And of course, you have much more international-based systems. So, and getting back to making sure that these are statistics that relate to policy questions that policymakers have, such as on the trade front, which I know something is deep interest here. So again, trying to make sure that you're dealing with that aspect of it, and then also dealing with the data technology as well. So, maybe it'll date me to say that there's certainly been points of my career last probably 10 or so years where I've sort of said, can't I just have a mainframe in the basement? Why does everything have to be in the cloud? How do I think about the data vulnerability there? Obviously, we're not going back. But again, as you make these trade-offs between data being more and more accessible, you also make it more and more hackable. So how do you kind of have that balance where you're bringing data security at the same time you are trying to make those data sets I can remember, doing my dissertation where I went down to the basement and, entered into a terminal and wrote my own code off of big data tape that was running in another room. We don't do that today. You download a data set, you can run it on your phone even sometimes. So again, how that technology is changing, how that accessibility, but it gets important to the fact that, in a sense, we've democratized access to data in a much bigger way. And so again, I'm always astounded when I go back and read, economics or, empirical articles from, say the 1950s and having to imagine what somebody went through just to run that regression.
Yeah. Abacus, maybe.
Absolutely, maybe. Right.
So there, again, a couple of really interesting points. I want to just pull them and make sure that we capture them. You talked about how, because the economy is changing, there are new types of data that are needed. Because technology is changing and our ability to calculate and be able to capture data and actually process data is changing, that also is another thread of the potential system that is to come or that we would want to develop. Could you linger on that when it comes to AI as well and your perspective on that?
Sure. And first and foremost, there's always going to be a question as you collect more and more new data sources, how representative are they? And I think that's something you could come back to the data. And I have to imagine that when, again, telephones became a thing, decades ago, there was a question probably about how representative are they? And of course, we had these same questions as we transitioned to more and more internet. And again, I remember the debates years ago about, well, can you trust internet surveys? How do you weigh them? And so we're going through these same questions, I think, as you see a broader expansion, but also kind of just thinking about how are you getting at this where you are measuring different segments of the economy and building different relationships with data providers? So for instance, and I know my colleagues from the government on a later panel will talk about this probably, more and more census and other agencies have built relationships with big data providers. Well, okay, we get that data feed, but how in the world do we know that that's a representative data feed? And so I really think where the government brings the biggest power is thinking about how do you weight these things? How do you impute missing value? So I think bringing the technical expertise of which particularly census, but also BEA has a tremendous amount of history on, that's where I think you can really bring the biggest value add. And so I think it's a great thing that you're seeing more and more data collected. Again, I've always throughout my career kind of had the philosophy of looking at the economy of never taking one data point too seriously. It's, what does the wealth of information tell me? What are the dozen different data points pointing at? And now I imagine, again, I haven't spent as much time on a daily basis. We have other people, CEA and others who follow the economy more on a daily basis, but you're at the point where it's almost too much data to pay attention to, and how do you prioritize and how do you figure out which data sources you trust the most? But it's always going to be a sense of what are the overwhelming mass of the data, what are the direction it tells you, and then how do you filter out which ones you think are less volatile, which are more representative? And I think these are things over time. So I'm excited that there's more and more data out there. Again, when I was in grad school, econ was much more theory-based, and now everybody just does big data sets, which again, help answer important questions.
Yeah. Well, on that question of data that's being collected, there was the conversation just prior to this one, and we've had other ones about the role of the private sector in generating a huge amount of data. And whether that can be used to help tell a rich picture as a complement to federal statistics. What's your perspective on that? And is that a place for more innovation and experimentation?
Well, I think it's worth remembering that there's always been a partnership. You could go back and see data series in the private sector that started in the 20s and 30s that ultimately got handed over and picked up by the government. Early in my career, I worked at the National Association of Realtors and, worked on the existing home sale series, and it was always kind of flattering to me working on that series to see it appear in Census's statistical abstract, for instance. Right. So part of me would like to bring back those hard statistical abstracts. I'm going to give Ron a hard time if I can maybe bring some of those back. But that said, you've always kind of had this back and forth where data has entered the public domain. And data has sometimes gone off and been picked up by the private sector. And of course, it really, more importantly, so for instance, a number of things I've done through my career is sit on advisory committees, engaging with census and other agencies. Because at the end of the day, how you ask the question. I mean, you can sit in your room at Census or BEA, another agency, and you're thinking about surveying an industry or a public, but until you engage with that industry and public. So for instance, we did a lot of survey work, again, when I was at Realtors in the 90s, and the first thing we would do is do a focus group. Let's poll in a focus group, let's road test these questions. And so you have to have this constant back and forth, with these conversations about, are you asking the right questions? Are you asking them in such a way that the respondent is gonna understand what you're actually asking? Yeah. And so I think we miss that back and forth has always gone on, and that'll continue, and I think that's an important part of it. Because again, if you don't actually understand the population that you're trying to survey, you're not gonna get good data out of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I listen to you, which is really fascinating, there's so much continuity across the generations of people who have done this, and you've alluded to that as well. And I think certain disciplines and approaches to doing this that give the statistical system the integrity and the credibility that it has enjoyed and it has had over these years. So when I think of reform and modernization, I just want to make sure as a layperson I'm understanding, don't throw out those disciplines, but there are these very specific things that can be done to address the problems.
And we have to recognize again on response rates, things have just changed.
Yeah.
Again, you and I are old enough to remember landline phones where, you know, and people would actually answer. And, you know, maybe it's because I'm a resident of the District of Columbia. You know, I think I've been multiple survey responded on, like American Community Survey. These things show up at my door.
Yeah.
And because I've a longtime user of the system, I always, you know, very diligently answer all the questions and send it back. I think it's unfortunately the case that's more and more of an anomaly. And so how do you kind of reinforce, you know, people wanting to respond? And of course, this is the tension with growing public sector, is that I do think that a lot of people feel over-surveyed.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know what you do about the fact that, you know, we all get mailings from companies where they try to make the outside of the envelope look as close to census as possible and try to make it look a government official.
Right.
And that confuses people and that overwhelms them. So I do think on one hand, we over-survey, and I mean that private-public.
Right.
And of course, as you know, we've long time had rules in place that when the decennial is in the field, other surveys are not, so that we aren't polluting the data or over-collecting that. But we don't have any control of the private sector on that.
Yeah.
And so I do think we have to recognize that, can we find other ways? And this is the long-running conversation on more reliance on administrative data, because that data is already collected, and therefore you aren't over-serving anybody more than they are otherwise. But also, how do you create incentives, and how do you create trust, and how do you create a sense of people feeling like the data is being collected on their behalf?
Right.
And I think that a lot of the public just don't necessarily see the value of the data.
Yeah.
And again, I spent 8 years on Capitol Hill, and I think it's fair to say that the average member of Congress doesn't see a lot of value in the data. Until you change that, you're not really going to change the funding conversation.
And what would you like to see happen in terms of communicating and sensitizing the public to the importance of that?
Yeah, maybe this will sound surprising given somewhat polarizing political times we may live in, but I think a lot of political debates are fundamentally not philosophical but empirical. And maybe you can take I've spent a lot of my time in the financial services space, the banking space, and so you think about the conversation in monetary policy about hawks and doves is really just a conversation about what's the slope of your reaction curve, what's the slope of the Phillips curve you're operating off of. And if somebody's hawkish, they've got a different slope than this one. So it's really, the difference between this is just fundamentally an empirical question of what do you think these responses are. I spent a lot of my career working in housing. I think we can bring a lot of data to bear and have brought a lot of data to bear to say, what is the impact of rent control on the housing market? And so fundamentally, how do we try to get people to understand that a lot of these questions are not a challenge to your core beliefs. They're really a challenge to what are the empirical relationships behind how the world works. Yeah. And of course, I think you need to get back to a fundamental belief. And I'll say this quite sincerely. I start out with the premise of half of what I think I know is probably wrong. And then how do I set up a mechanism to find data to convince me which half is which? Because I don't know which half. Yeah. And I think getting people to think in those terms, to think about, I want to see good data because it helps me understand what I know and what I don't know. And of course, I think the fundamental problem in Washington is, we're a confirmation bias town, not a falsification town. And how do you change that dialogue?
Yeah. We've touched on a number of issues around the statistical system. There's one that you alluded to, and you alluded to our age. So when you were a young man, I know, when you were a young man,
I'm assuming a very large standard deviation around.
But when you were very young and you started out in this field, and you were passionate about it, obviously you wouldn't be spending that much time doing the laborious work it must have been like in those days. I'm thinking about the next gen of statisticians and people who will work in the system, the statistical system that you oversee. How do you excite people, that next gen, to come into this line of work, particularly because There has been some tumult and change around, let's just mention it, DOGE and, government and government institutions, public sector reform.
So it's a great question, and in the interest of some degree of modesty, let me say, I really think of myself in terms of the statistical system as more a tourist than a permanent resident, to be frank. I mean, I've done a lot of policy, I've gone back and forth, but not spent my entire career. What I would say that gets people excited about data are that there are big questions you can answer.
Yeah.
And how do you help people answer those questions? And it gets back to my earlier point about a recognition that a lot of the big questions are fundamentally empirical, and this isn't something that you can deduce purely from theory or some, philosophy. Although I do want to emphasize that you certainly have to start with a theory of what you're trying to observe to interpret the data. But, again, it's been interesting to me as an economist watching the change in the field where, when I was in grad school, again, game theory and it's very theoretical was what was taught, and you've just seen the availability of data switch the profession to being so empirical. And I think that's largely been a good thing because it's allowed us to focus on practical questions. Can we get answers to this? And I think that's what excites people because, I guess I'll put it this way. I don't look fondly on early in my career the 8-hour days of going through SAS code and trying to figure out where the comma was where I should have put a semicolon. I don't look back on that fondly. I'm glad I did it. It made me appreciation. I also had the appreciation. I got to know Ron in the 90s when I spent a year at the Center for Economic Studies at the Census Bureau. And, when you come through a econ graduate program, you're kind of taught everything is, census is gold standard, everything's perfect. And then you get into the actual data and you see how much is imputed and you see, I remember I was working on a working paper, and one of the great things about being a researcher at Census is you have ready access to the people who run the programs.
Yeah.
So I was working on a paper on self-employment over the business cycle. I thought I found a really cool finding, and I was talking to some people who maintain the data. They're like, "Oh, we changed our matching routine between these years," and my result was completely an artifact of the change in the matching routine.
Yeah.
So it's a little disappointment. But if I hadn't been there to engage with the people who put the data together, I never would have known that. But getting people excited about there are questions you can answer, I think fundamentally is what's going to get support for the data. And again, I think that gets back to my point about policymakers. You have to get policymakers excited about there are answers to some of your questions. And so some of this is, again, my earlier quip about changing this culture away from a confirmation bias culture to a how do I really test what I know? I want to solve problem X, housing affordability, poverty. How do I set up a theory and how do I test that theory? And how do you get people into that mindset? So again, I think we need to really kind of encourage people that there are ways to find answers to many of these tough questions.
Yeah, that's great. Let me shift gears for a second. I've heard you talk about trust and the importance of trust in the system. I look at it in two ways. So let's maybe take up those two things. One is privacy. Shed some light on how you think about that. You alluded to that at the beginning. And then I have another trust question to ask you.
Yeah, and people rightly, I think, have an expectation that if they share their data, and it's interesting, I'll say as an aside, one of my other jobs I'm doing now, I guess we didn't mention at the beginning, the chief statistician is one of my 3 jobs I'm currently working, which I guess is the normal now in Washington, is to have multiple jobs. The other thing I spend most of my day at is working at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau on an open banking, open data rule that we're engaging in. And when people give their account data to a bank, they want that protected. When you give your data to the government in a survey or when you pay your taxes, you want that data protected. Now, I think I have a little bit of unique vantage given that all of my OPM data was hacked by China, so I have no privacy. Probably not the only one in the room who's experienced that. But how do you make sure that when you are collecting the data, what's being shared between agencies? So a really good example of this is, the Census Bureau and BEA have worked out a relationship with data sharing with IRS. BLS is not. And obviously IRS brings very legitimate concerns that if we share this tax data with other agencies, how are we confident that it's protected? Right. And that's a very legitimate concern, but how do you make sure that other agencies are creating those data standards? And of course, you've seen, I do think that dealing with the issue of data security. Now, part of this as well is also taking a perspective, which I know researchers might not love. Let's not ask sensitive private questions unless we need to. So the first question for data privacy should be, do we need to ask this question? Do we need to collect data on this issue? And I think that we don't do that enough. There's a sense of more data is better. There's certainly lots of things about myself that I don't want the government to have in a database. I suspect that's true for most of us. So that has to be, to me, the first threshold. Should we be collecting this? And of course, first of all, channel my time from the Hill and remind myself, Congress did not create these statistical programs for the enjoyment purely of researchers. They created them for statutory purposes. So first and foremost, what are the data we need to collect to meet the statutory purposes that Congress has laid out? And how do we do that in a way where we protect the citizens and that their information? So A, what are you collecting? B, how are you storing it? C, how are you sharing it?
Yeah.
And those are all important qualifications. And again, it's interesting because across fields, whether it's the financial services or whether it's HIPAA and healthcare, we create all these frameworks on how the private sector shares your personal data. I'm not convinced that we, the government, live up to those same standards on a daily basis that we expect of the private sector. And so part of my agenda is how do we get ourselves there where we can say that the federal government is first in class in protecting your data.
How far are we from that?
Well, I mean, let's say on a road 1 to 100, maybe we're about 60, maybe. So again, but you're just quantifying off the top of my head. So I think we have a ways to go. And certainly this is the public perception. So again, there are multiple reasons for long run decline in response rates, but I do believe one of the many reasons is a sense of I'm going to give my data to the government and it's not necessarily going to be secure. So how do we address that as a fundamental issue?
Yeah, thank you for opining on that or sharing your perspective on that. The other trust issue, frankly, is the actions at BLS a few months ago raises questions and concerns about politicization. And I just wanted to give you the opportunity to share your perspective from where you sit on this. How do we preserve credibility of the system and the perception of the credibility of the system?
Sure. This is a fascinating topic that hits home to me. For those who don't know my background, the last important Supreme Court case over agency independence, Collins versus Yellen in 2001, that dealt with the Federal Housing Finance Agency, the person sitting in that seat at the time was me.
Right.
So, my job went to the Supreme Court. And despite my view that I helped successfully navigate the housing and mortgage market through the pandemic, the response was, you're fired.
Right.
So again, but that's politics, it's Washington.
Right.
And I think we have to understand that, everything in government is embedded in politics and is embedded in accountability.
Right.
There's no, this sort of statistical agents. First, let's start with Census Bureau is not the Federal Reserve. So these kind of debates about independence and accountability, they're oranges and apples to some extent. What you have is wanting to make sure that the data gives you the right answer. And so go back to my earlier comment, certainly from my perspective, and I, again, mean this quite sincerely, I'm starting out with the premise of half of what I think is wrong. I don't know which half. So if I'm not interacting with the statistical system in a way, if I'm not talking to Vipin and Ron and they're not helping me get data to understand that, then I'm not eliminating what I think is wrong and increasing what I think is right. And so for me, you're simply not making good answers. And I think that's important in the public policy process is how do we get to good answers so that we know that the policies we're doing are actually effective.
Yeah.
And again, so I think that philosophy of I want the right answer. I don't want someone to just repeat back something to me or just, again, it's a waste of my time to engage in confirmation bias. I'll do that when I'm back in the private sector maybe. But again, as a policymaker, it's a waste of your time and you're not having an efficient impact because at the end of the day, all of the economic policies are really meant to grow the economy, grow opportunity. And if you if you're not regularly testing whether they're actually doing that, then you're not going to be effective.
Yeah. No, totally hear that. And by the way, I think you're probably an outlier when it comes to the population.
No, I mean, well, having worked on the Hill, I can certainly say the view of like, what does the data tell us is a very much minority view on Capitol Hill.
Right. I just offer this, which is, I think for many folks, independence, institutional independence gives the sense that, well, someone's checking to make sure that, the process is robust and the output is robust. I guess the question is, how does one do that in the current?
I think part of the tension, and I recognize within the statistical community, the use of independence, I think means something different. Again, I come from more of a financial services background where we talk about the Federal Reserve, or we talk about, again, one of my jobs is CFPB, which was one of the other big independence cases. So I think there's a bit of an orange and apple, and I think it kind of confuses the debate. It's also important to ask, there's always that kind of silent independence from whom? I mean, I don't want to state the banal, no social, no government institution exists in a vacuum. They all exist in a web of social relationships. So the question really fundamentally is independence from whom? Mm-hmm. Do you mean independence from the political system, from elected representatives? Because again, nobody's ever truly independent. Mm-hmm. And so again, to me, I worry that some of this sounds like independence from my party, not from the other party. Right. Our independence from these institutions are the purview of the elite, and therefore the public should not have a view. Yeah. And again, so I do worry that the use of the word independence implies and leads up to sort of an in-group, out-group dynamic, which I think is unhelpful for strengthening the broad public acceptance of these agencies over time. Yeah. Like again, not to get on too much of a rabbit hole, but as I said, one of my day jobs is at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Yeah. That has been a fight about that agency's independence for years. Yeah. I think it would be tragic to turn the Census Bureau into as polarizing a figure as what the CFPB has become. It would be extremely damaging for census. So my recommendation when we have these independence debates is keep in mind they're loaded, there's a lot of baggage, and there's a lot of implications to it, and let's not go down that world because I think it's been extremely destructive in the financial services world, so let's not repeat that. Yeah. And at the end of the day, how do you make sure that these statistical agencies have broad, bipartisan, across the spectrum support, and that they're seen as credible and not speaking for one party or the other? Because again, I don't want data that backs up whatever I already think. I want data that helps me understand what's going on in the world.
Yeah. One more topic to raise with you is the U.S. statistical system is the global benchmark in many ways. And I think you've talked about in the past the importance of setting global standards and U.S. leadership abroad. And, I was describing earlier the way we think about economic security and its importance for growth, for the security of assets and markets, but importantly, global influence. So what are you doing on that front?
Well, and I'll say, almost say, especially probably the preeminent global issue right now is trade. And how do we bring additional statistics to bear? So it's often the case that, as we say, you end up counting what counts. And so there's nowhere is this better illustrated than the focus on tariffs, for instance. We can measure tariffs, we know tariffs. What's a lot harder to measure, but equally important, is non-tariff trade barriers, for instance. So how can we bring more statistical power to bear? And I know there's been lots of work on this. The World Bank has done, made a great effort. But again, I think we're just in kind of the infancy of understanding the quantification of non-tariff trade barriers. How do we understand subsidies? So, part of my career has been working on issues around Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and there have been tremendous work. Deb Lucas at MIT, for instance, has done a lot of work on quantifying the subsidies that have gone to Fannie and Freddie. Well, how do we quantify the subsidies that go to Chinese steel manufacturers? How do we get a better sense of what these non-tariff trade barriers are? And we really can't, fundamentally address them unless we have a better quantification of them and a better understanding. So in some sense, trade has gotten more complicated because there's so much non-tariff activity goes on. Yet, so much of the conversation is what we can measure. But I do want to make the argument we need to do a much better job at measuring the harder parts of trade, because those really are some of the fundamental barriers. I worked on some of the Japan deal we did in the first term, and so much of our trade relationship with Japan are non-tariff trade barriers. Yeah. So, especially on the food side. Yeah. And the ability to export potatoes or rice or beef to Japan has been historically very difficult for a number of reasons. And so again, how do you get some measurement around these things? Because if you don't get measurement, ultimately, how do you get enforcement? How do you get the credibility of these trade agreements unless people could know? Or, one of the probably most fundamental debates the first term around NAFTA and USMCA was rules of origin. How do you measure how much of a car being assembled in Mexico is actually electronics from China? So, again, trying to get those things measured, the supply chain. And of course, the pandemic brought supply chain issues to the forefront in a very big way, but they're fundamental to, I think, the trade conversation and getting more and better data there. And I know that Vipin and everybody at BEA is doing, I think, a terrific job on the international front to get us better data and a better understanding. But again, fundamentally, I just want to repeat the theme of, for us to be able to know that the policies we're implementing are effective, we have to have better data, we have to have accurate data, and that's what we're trying to achieve.
That's such a powerful point. And in fact, the theme of this is federal statistics and economic security. And when you think of the broad panoply of economic security issues, trade restrictions with export controls, investment screening of various kinds, I can imagine a whole research agenda and data development agenda around these topics that could serve the next generation of American policymakers. So I think, what you're saying there resonates very strongly.
I mean, for good or bad, we count what we can count, if you will. And so how do we bring more and more factors that have not been counted or weighed, into that quantitative situation? Now, obviously, you need to be cautious of always recognizing that just because you can't quantify something doesn't mean it's not important.
Right.
But again, having been in Washington for a long time in these debates, people do immediately go to what they can quantify.
Right.
And so the pressure there is, the better the informed the debate, part of that margin has to be quantifying more aspects of it.
And it shapes the lexicon of how we talk about modern life.
Absolutely. And I think it does give us, a better understanding. And it does, it's easy, there's always a vein of complaining about the present. And as somebody who's a little bit of a statistics geek, I loved Robert Gordon's book when you go back and look at these massive time series and, what did life look like in 1900? Unless you've got that data where you can go back. And I think it does give you a great appreciation of the progress we've made.
Yeah.
And again, so I think it helps you ground your current experience in what the historical trends have been. So again, I'm a big advocate of the data, and I think what I bring to this perspective is, that of a user. But I'll lastly say, mentioned the 3 jobs. I mean, I'm ultimately here as a transitional figure why we build out having somebody come in as chief statistician full time. So I'm trying to have less jobs, not more. So this is just a transition for me until we end up getting someone to do this full job.
Well, let me. We've gone over the time that you have, but if you'll indulge me for a moment. We've been talking, at least with today's event, we're going to go into roundtables and roll up our sleeves and do some work together. This group of people who are in the system, who have been working in the data community for a while, private sector folks. Part of the thing is, what does the statistical system of the future look like relative to where we are now? Obviously, there are things that you've identified that we should be doing right now. But what would be helpful if we were to start developing a game plan? How would you have us think about that?
Yeah, so I think while I think we should make every effort to arrest the decline in response rates, I think we do have to accept as a fundamental that we're probably only going to have limited success there if we continue just to do what we're doing. And part of the debate internally, and this is one of the things that frustrates me to some extent, is often the debate is to say, well, we're having declining response rates, so we'll just survey more and more people. And to me, you're not adequately dealing with the increasing potential for non-response bias to enter your estimates. So just doubling the sample size to me is not a fix.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to put any pressure on Ron to say, to me, I think it's stunning to recognize that in inflation-adjusted terms, the 2020 census cost 5 times per household what the 1970 census cost. But so how do we think about this? And again, it's almost like one of these 80-20 things. 20% of those respondents are 80% of the cost. And so I recognize Ken's comments and others earlier about the budget, but you've also seen many of these surveys where the just cost per respondent, has been exploding. In fact, I think, not to get too meta to say, if you did a survey today and you told the American public that it cost $100 per household to do the 2020 census, and you asked them would they rather have the $100 or do the census, I'm going to tell you about 50% of them would probably want the $100. So how do you prove to them that they're getting value? And how do we accept it? How do you deal with that tail of non-response? This is one reason why I have some optimism for some elements of AI. So for instance, we can build a better address frame. We can better get to those respondents who don't respond. Because again, on the plus side, because again, I'm a glass half full guy much of the time, 80 some respondents to the 2020 census went online and entered their data. Please do that. That is an extremely cost-effective way for us to collect the data. And then if you happen to know somebody in the 20% who didn't do that, please encourage them to do that. And so again, how do we get more cost-effective ways, but also recognizing that an increasing part of the cost is that tail response.
Yeah. Mark, this has been phenomenal. Thank you. You've been so generous with your time and your insights, and I just want to, everyone should applaud Mark for coming and.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us again. So I'm Philip Luck. I'm the director of the economics program here at CSIS. I've been here since January. Before that, I was the deputy chief economist in the U.S. Department of State. So I'm very excited to be hosting or be directing this conversation on federal statistics in an age of economic security, which I think is a really important aspect of this that I think gets or has not gotten the attention that I think it should going forward. So much of the conversation this morning and later into the afternoon is going to be discussing, how both businesses and the American people value and need federal statistics, and how that, of course, creates the classic public goods problem, which is valuable to everybody. Nobody wants to put their money in the hat to pay for it. What I think we can talk about a little bit this afternoon, or in this session, which I think is valuable, is how data is also incredibly useful for the government itself, for issues of economics and national security, which this, in some sense, I would argue, is going to solve the public goods problem, because the federal government should care quite a bit about security issues. So, what I wanted to talk about here again is what is the role of data in both national and economic security, focusing primarily on the economic security. And as sort of a scene setter, we're in a world, as we all know, that's increasingly complex. There's an increasingly interconnected global economy. We have a system where global power competition is coming back. There's erosion of a rules-based economic order. And this leads to just conversations around economic security, geoeconomics, whatever you want to call it. But essentially, at the end of the day, this is states using economic levers to influence others. And as the United States, we'll want to be able to understand what its vulnerabilities and what its levers are within that, and how we need to understand the economy to make sure we as a society manage those risks and opportunities. And so what we want to be thinking about today is what is this stuff? What is economic security? What data do we need to secure it? What role is economic intelligence playing, and how is that potentially different from other sources of information? And to what degree, if we need additional data or additional institutions, how do we need to think about setting those up and making sure they're robust for not only the challenges today, but the challenges going forward? So, without further ado, I want to welcome our excellent panel to the discussion here. We have Rachel Linglass from the Senior Policy Researcher at the Rand Institute, a professor of policy analysis, and formerly the first chief sanctions economist at the U.S. Treasury, which is where we first met, on the opposite sides of IPC calls. We have Trent Reasons, who's at EY Parthenon, also has a long career in the U.S. Department of Treasury and a senior advisor at the Federal Reserve. And Trevor Wise, executive director of Bloomberg Center for Center for Government Excellence. Previously the chief data officer at the U.S. Department of Commerce. So I sort of set things out a little bit in my thinking about this session. I'm going to welcome our panelists to sort of give some initial thoughts, and then we'll launch into some questions. So, Trevor.
Sure, and it's Oliver Wise, but
I'm sorry about
I've
that.
been called much worse.
Oh, sorry, apologies.
Great. So just a bit about myself. I'm, as of 2 months ago, executive director of the Bloomberg Center for Government Excellence at Johns Hopkins University at the new School of Government and Policy there. We help city governments principally we help them use data and AI to advance their data and AI practices so that they can better serve their residents. But prior to that, so as of late August, I was the chief data officer at America's Data Agency, the Department of Commerce, and I see a lot of friendly faces here who are colleagues of mine then, as well as the acting undersecretary for economic affairs, which is the position that has oversight authority over the census and the Bureau of Economic Analysis. So first of all, I just want to thank CSIS and Naveen in particular for hosting this event. I think it's completely appropriate that federal statistics and the federal data ecosystem be discussed within the context of national security and economic security. I think it rarely is, but I think especially in the mid-21st century, that's entirely appropriate and apt. And I think what the public knows federal statistics for is we use it, perfect markets require perfect information, and it's the federal government's role to put forward as perfect information as possible so that those markets can function well. So there's that fundamental role, that infrastructural role that federal statistics plays in that environment. But in the world of competition, geopolitical competition, which when you're in the federal statistical system, you can't really say because the federal statistical system needs to be policy agnostic, but now that I'm not there, I can say it. We certainly are in. The domains of that competition are principally technological, and whatever country out-innovates the other their worldview will dominate in that geopolitical order. And the federal data system, of which the statistical system is the capstone of, is an under-leveraged but extremely important asset in promoting innovation. So in addition to better decision-making, better policy decision-making, and better understanding how the economy works, that data that the federal statistical system ultimately shepherds and releases through very important data, statistical products is the biggest collection of economic and social data. And just the way federal environmental data is used to advance the earth sciences and meteorological sciences using AI, and that federal data on genomics, or that federally funded research that leads to genomics, has led to huge advances in how we understand biophysics, which is leading to discoveries in pharmaceuticals and understanding how diseases work. This is a hugely important tranche resource that can be used to better understand how the economy works. And if we use that data right, we can become much better at optimizing these trade-offs that economists do between inflation and employment, for example. And just as we use AI is now better really than the best Go players, it's better than the best biophysicists, it's better than the best radiologists, we should expect that a world in which they are better than the best economists. I hate to say in this room. But if we're going to be much better policymakers, we ought to be able to apply these technologies to this incredible corpus of data. Also, why don't I just stop there and then I'll...
Okay, great.
More provocative.
Okay,
statement, but
well, more provocative than the economist
introduce
statement, I
later.
don't think. But yeah. Rachel, to you.
Okay, thanks, Phil. So I guess I can also give like a very high-level overview of me, why I'm here. This issue really hits close to home. So, you know, I'm an economist by training. I actually studied development economics. So how I sort of fell into this national security space is an odd and long story. But I think fundamentally, I felt like sanctions, coercive economic tools that we see the US government using more in this era of geoeconomic competition. I felt like these are policies that are really impactful. They have ramifications, not just economic, but even social implications. And we really ought to be like testing these policies and informing our policymakers with the rigor that we apply other sorts of macroeconomic policies or even microeconomic policies. So that's sort of just fundamentally, I saw an information problem there and I dove in, and lo and behold, you know, Rand has me teaching a course on this stuff. So I, you know, it's very interesting, pertinent topic, and I'm going to speak a lot from my experience, as Phil alluded to, kind of working on these in our national security apparatus. So by that I mean the executive branch kind of feeding into decision making that senior policymakers made. Now, just getting to your broader question, Phil, when we talk about economic security data, I think that fundamentally we're talking about something that the US government statistical system, as excellent as it is really not built to handle. We're talking about often dealing with international data, questions that have international ramifications. We're talking about who depends on whom and how quickly systems can adapt under geopolitical stress. And while our statistical agencies are really excellent at measuring economic flows like trade, investment, and prices, they're not really designed for things like mapping vulnerabilities or choke points or exposure to coercive policies of our economic competitors. So framing this very simply in terms of where I see the core gaps for economic security decision making is one around elasticities. So, and looking at this at across different sectors. So in a crisis, policymakers need to know how much production can shift, how quickly, how we can substitute inputs, and what sort of price responses we can expect from those. So oftentimes we're coming up with those numbers based on kind of what we see in academic literature, and there's only certain sectors where this is actually studied, like energy, crude oil prices. But as we know, or at least as I learned after kind of diving into energy statistics in a lot more detail, it's really variable based on what type of oil you're producing, and the same could apply to different technology supply chains. But this is some fundamental data that's kind of needed to be at policymakers' fingertips to be able to then brief people and say, okay, this is kind of the price impact that we would expect from this kind of shock. And I think that's core information that they need to make decisions. Secondly, just harking back to my treasury background a little bit on financial flows. So oftentimes we're inferring risk through trade data. And it's kind of like an indirect measure of what's actually happening in terms of financial flows. So we don't have a lot of visibility into cross-border payments, things like trade invoicing, what currencies are being used. And the data that we do have is often too slow in production for the kinds of rapid decisions that policymakers need to make. So trade data on an international basis, often available on a month lag, that is not enough time to really be able to inform decision making. And then more fundamentally, I'd say there's a governance issue here, there's Commerce, Treasury, Department of Energy, Department of War, all see slices of this data, but kind of synthesizing that across agencies that all have different rules and standards and restrictions on data sharing is a very challenging problem that I think that we need to solve if we're going to be, if our government's going to adapt to the challenges that we currently face. And I'll pause there because I know we'll dig into more later.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Trey?
Great. Thanks, Philip. And thanks for inviting me here at CSIS. Longtime listener, first-time participant, first-time caller. One correction, I recently left EY Parthenon, so I've been, I left there last month to more fully deploy myself and my teams into this issue of economic security. I'm a little bit of an unusual person in that I spent the first 15 years of my career in markets as a trader on the sell side. And I mention that because a lot of the reason we're talking about economic security has to do with crises and has to do with disruptive events. We experienced that through COVID, and part of the playbook that I have experienced, throughout my career is, seeing the crisis from the standpoint of being a derivatives trader at Lehman Brothers, and then moving into Treasury to help set up the Systemic Risk Committee, the FSOC, and other apparatus and data to advise on capital markets issues, going to the velocity point that you raised, Rachel, timeliness and information, and realizing that the government knows a lot of things and collects a lot of different data. There's a lot of things the government doesn't know. There's a lot of things the government doesn't share with each other or with market participants or the public, and there's good reason for that often. But with COVID, it was revealed that we have a serious supply chain issue. We have interdependencies in our economy that, when you do the economic analysis and construction of value chain, realizing, there's components from the Philippines, there's components from China and from Sri Lanka, et cetera. So a lot of the work that I've been a part of for the last decade in strategy has been working with federal agencies on these issues of where are these disruptive points, where are these interconnected portions, how can we account for them, and then how can we be predictive about it and stress test it. So an important component we learned from the financial crisis was that there just wasn't a visibility of risks. There was a lot of stuff that was off balance sheet or off exchanges, that uncovered a whole bunch of different problems for institutions that caused significant harm to America and to the world financially. And so applying a similar framework of systemic risk into supply chains is absolutely needed from a standpoint of we need to at least know where the US data sits, where those dependencies sit, and where's ROW, where's the rest of the world. We're not gonna be able to replicate the best types of labor or capital or technology and innovation or governance data from other countries, but we can sure try because companies are doing it every day, investors are doing it every day, and they have to make a bet, right? They have to make a position and have confidence about it. And I think that there really is a lot more that can be garnered by public-private partnerships around types of alternative data that could be applied to existing data, perhaps new data set collections, but most importantly, experimentation and testing. As a former institutional trader, your mark to market is every day. When you're a policymaker and mistakes get made, either they go down a memory hole or elections change or what have you, but it's an important thing to remember that as economists and as policymakers, there's gotta be back testing. There has to be a way to be able to confirm the data sets were right, there's a Pareto efficiency here, or they really didn't help us at all, right? And being able to be open enough, I think as Mark had said earlier, coming from a place of humility that says we don't actually know everything, and we need to be open to that type of experimentation and testing to say there's things that we know and there's a whole lot of known unknowns. And lastly, I would just say to Rachel's point as well about the sharing. There's so much of the work that I've been doing the past decade, which is really taking insights, information, analytics from one agency and enabling another agency to actually see the Wizard of Oz, right, behind the curtain. As an American, I just think that's terrible. I understand the legal restrictions. We've all worked with MOUs and with our wonderful friends who are general counsels at different agencies, but it is a serious problem. And it's something that is as much as there are liability issues, there are legal restrictions, there's PII issues, et cetera, there's gotta be a better way to run this railroad and enable that kind of cross-visibility of different types of inputs, of different types of analysis, and then be able to test each other between different. The Department of War is going to have their own purview of what happens in a hot war situation at the tail, right, of the distribution of events, and what that looks like for the U.S. economy and for different industries. The Treasury is going to have a whole different kind of point of view about what does that mean for liquidity and capital flows? What does that mean for trade? What does that mean for our foreign competitors and or / enemies or frenemies in some cases for sanctions or for different types of capital controls? So having the Eye of Sauron to some extent for you Tolkien fans to be able to look at and say, we can share a vision of these different data sets and have ways to apply analytics and test each other and actually be able to kind of move forward to a place where we have a very good grounding in where those defibrillators or ventilators are made, where those chip components are made, and what are the cost trade-offs? What are the switching costs of moving to different production, either types and modes of technologies or locations and geographies? What are those big pillar impacts across capital, labor, technology, and the governance and infrastructure of different types of locations around the world? So there's so much room to go on in this in terms of education about economic security, but I think that we've done a pretty good job. I'll give us an A+ on that, maybe?
Yeah, A++. No, you guys have laid out enough things to fill up a few days of conversation, so we'll have to reconvene this at some point. Well, Oliver, I want to start with you, which is basically, so I think we've laid out a lot of great ideas here about, what are the sort of, the externalities that are present of security that sometimes are internalized. How do we need to think about stress testing? How do we think about this for competitiveness, which is, to Naveen's point earlier, is sort of at the core of economic security is our ability to innovate. So where do you see the sort of most important places for federal statistics playing in this big morass right now, and where do you think some investment should be made?
Sure. I'm going to back up a second before I get into that answer. So back to the competitiveness question and competitiveness on AI. I think the basic template of any national AI strategy is you need to lead on, to build AI, you need compute, you need the algorithm, and you need data. We have an answer now there's bipartisan momentum on the compute side of things, and that's, I think, how most of industrial policy and AI policy is thought of in terms of leading the way on compute. Algorithms are pretty well taken care of by the private sector. Data is a component of that stack that hasn't had the attention I think it needs from either the Biden administration or this current administration. And backing up from the purely statistical systems, but just thinking about the federal data ecosystem, of which the statistical system is a subcomponent, I think there's a huge role to play. So that's one. Also, in order to make for agentic AI to really take hold and to drive adoption and to really drive value for the customers or clients who are using it, the data has to be made interoperable with those agentic systems so that that value can be created. So an example of that is Anthropic introduced a really important solution to the market about a year ago. I think that is relevant here, where basically they introduced a competitor to the Bloomberg terminal. So for the past 20, 30 years, the way, if you're a financial analyst, you get information is you have a Bloomberg terminal that gives you data, and then that analyst uses their own human expertise and contextual understanding of that data to give better insights to the traders that they work with. Anthropic really changed the script on that in the last year and introduced a new solution where that analyst is fueled with an AI agent who can help them arrive at those insights a lot quicker than they could have. That vertical, that whole product rests on the introduction of model context protocols, which is a new paradigm for making data much more compatible and understandable to AI. So I think in that world in which users are going to expect to use agentic AI to be more competitive than their peers, federal statistics plays a big role in that. And I think the statistical system could really up their game in helping promote economic growth and adoption of these technologies, positive adoption of these technologies, by making their own data products more AI ready.
Okay, great, excellent. Trent, I want to pick up on something you were talking about, which is, thinking about all these ways in which we sort of have either blind spots or sort of, need to understand, the way the economy works that we maybe historically didn't realize we did pre-COVID or things like that. So where do you see sort of the biggest blind spots we have right now? I mean, there's a million of them, obviously. But like, where do you see ones where either you think we're, with a little bit of devotion of time, we could make real progress, or they're just so huge, regardless of how far away it is, we need to start working on it really hard right now?
Yeah, so I think one thing that could be done that I think could be relatively simple is some harmonization or standard across different types of data sets that are currently available both from the federal statistics system, which, by the way, I don't want to be remiss. I want to also thank everyone here who is a public servant in the statistical system. It is vitally important. Your work does not go unnoticed. I think that I feel like that's a relatively low lift, and I think to Oliver's point, AI can be a huge game changer as far as that's concerned. I also think AI can be a large game changer for localized economic data and financial data. As we saw out of the housing crisis back in 2008, a lot of the modifications and things that had to go through the GSEs, a lot of the localized mortgage and lender type information, it was very hard to stitch together. There were a lot of hardworking people, both in the financial sector as well as the public sector, working towards that. I feel like that's sort of a simple ChatGPT entry now to be able to harmonize some of that. So I think those are some of the low lift things. I think there's the longer slog is really the interdependencies within the focus of a lot of departments is final goods, right, to put on our economics hat. And there's not enough focus on intermediate. There's a lot of focus on raw. So we see with cobalt, with other rare earth and critical minerals, an ample amount, and I think rightfully so, and I'm happy to see it, of focus on extraction and processing. But it's that intermediate phase, right, or the ATP portion of, say, semiconductors, where there's not as much focus, and there's actually adjacencies for the United States to play as a major contender. Why? Because we don't have to go and pull things out of the earth 30 years from now, right? The J curve is not as damaging, or negative. So I think those are some things that could be done to be able to provide more of that exploded view. I don't have a false view, sense that we're going to have everything. We don't need everything. I think that there is a need to have some buckets of what are fairly commoditized types of products and goods, what are some more technically advanced, and what are, going to that rare earth, like what are truly rare or where there's near monopoly. I think if we can start with that kind of viewpoint and collect those large buckets, we're going to be much more informed as a government about where those vulnerabilities lie and what can be done to shore them up. Because I think right now a lot of it is much more high level about those final product goods, and the work that we've, especially in the last 5 years, we've done a lot of work with agencies at digging into these ball bearings go into this, fighter jet or something, and it's like, or this type of special paint is used on this helicopter. Well, what are the components that go into that? That's very necessary. Is that something we can do and manufacture well here in the United States? Are there available substitutes? So it really requires an ability to map that. The last thing I'd say is that I think and this goes to the financial agencies, there's a lot of information that can be shared on credit that the agencies do not do. Working with a lot of agencies that do institutional underwriting as well as consumer and public underwriting, there's a whole host of that data that could just be shared and harmonized under a dashboard rather than having the public sector kind of rebuilding underwriting capabilities every time that there's a new transaction. So there's some memory loss that kind of goes on there that the agencies and the public could benefit from, of saying, we have a history of what this credit performance looks like, or these exports or these imports. So those are some of the areas I think would be relatively Pareto efficient.
Excellent. Yeah, and completely agree. And I'll just add one thing on your harmonization point. To the degree to which we can harmonize across countries, the point, we have NAICS industry codes shared with Canada and Mexico, which is hugely valuable, but like end use codes aren't harmonized, right? And that's, if we have one integrated North American economy without integrated end use codes, right? And that just becomes a huge problem. I know people are working very hard on that, but that work should probably be funded better. Rachel, you hit on a few things I really want to follow up on. The first is, I think we had sort of similar roles when you were at Treasury and I was at the State Department, helping to advise on, the development of sanctions and other tools by the U.S. government, having the tools is one thing, having the data is one thing, getting it into the policy process is another. What do you see as what do we need to build capacity within the interagency, within the U.S. government to do that analysis better? And what do we need better processes to actually make sure that it's injected into the system? And then I have a follow-up on that, but maybe start there.
Okay, awesome. So I'd say, so I think, Phil, what we have, it's really more of a governance problem. It's not a data science problem. I think that we're, fortunately, aside from what I highlighted in some of my opening comments, a lot of the data is there. It's available. It's either through statistics that we, the U.S., produce, or it's commercially available. So, analysts at different agencies can potentially go on the market and purchase these data sets. But unfortunately, we have a lot of institutional silos. And I think what we need to break some of that down as shared standards, common identifiers, common understandings about metadata. I think that, we have a system where around national security decisions, like you have the National Security Council convening principles and, a Treasury Secretary, a Secretary of State, et cetera. They kind of each want to be briefed by their own people, frankly, and be advised on like what to say at these meetings or what decisions to take. And so there's duplication across agencies on some of these decisions. And I think that that's fine. But there still needs to be some sharing of information across the agencies on like what data sets are working to inform these types of decisions, so that we're all kind of speaking in the same language, and we don't have a situation where policymakers are asking a question and getting like 4 or 5 different answers depending on what agency they're asking. And I mean, more fundamentally, like how we solve this, I try to be really practical in my my recommendations, and when I hear proposals out there to kind of create new bureaus of economic security, and I mean, sure, great, but I think I'm realistic in terms of like the budget environment and the challenge in like building new agencies and infrastructure. It's kind of much harder in practice than in theory. So just at a very basic level, I think that around some of these key economic security decisions, like maybe there needs to be some analytic fusion cells that are operated by the NEC or the NSC, or maybe it's something jointly that Treasury and Commerce do. So that's on the supply side. On the demand side, I think agencies are going to get better and quicker at producing this information if they're getting clear and consistent demand signals from leadership. So, and this needs to happen across administrations, which I think more and more we're getting to that place. But if NSC, NEC, and others consistently require some sort of integrated economic security assessment or a product that can even, maybe there's something internal, maybe it's something that becomes public. Like, even if like Congress requires this to be something that the executive agencies produce, I mean, then agencies will figure out how to make that happen if it's coming from leadership. Like, they'll work with the systems they have, identify budgets, but it's also got to come from the top, I think.
That's excellent. Yeah, no, I want to pick up on one thing, which is to your point. I completely agree. This is more governance than data. There are a few. You hit on some of these really important ones, which are there are some genuine data questions that maybe we just need to like send out the bat signal to academia more on. I'm not sure what it is, but to your point, elasticities are incredibly important. The number of times someone tells me we have to figure out where this, what this critical mineral goes into, and can we scale it up in the next 6 months? You're like, well, I'm not sure. So how do we, I mean, I guess maybe this is the best way to ask this question. How do we develop better methodology there? Do we need to make clearer asks to the academic community? Do we need to tell Congress more clearly that these things are needed? I'll open this up to everybody because that's a pretty big question.
Yeah, I think I'll go back to my point about incubation, sprints, and basically fast failure, fast learning with the private sector in particular, and academia obviously as well. I mean, you find that in financial services, especially in the markets, there is a high linkage of academic engagement, not just from the Chicago School back in the 60s and 70s and efficient market hypothesis and everything else, but like there's a long history of that, of engaging within the market participants and the financial institutions. And I think we need something like that here. And I think I think we need to categorize two different things. There's the data that exists, but then there's the analytics and the actual projections and weightings and forecasting. And I think that there's tons of data that's available, but how are we actually using that data? Whether it's going to be in forecasting and then testing those forecasts or dashboarding. You alluded to, I used to have to do those memos all the time, like, you know, how much tea is in China or something, and it's like, I don't know, let me find out, Mrs. Secretary, you know. But those kinds of things, I think would work very well. And I realize that the small p politics of it are not easy, but they're absolutely needed. I think going back to John Maynard Keynes, you know, when the data and the information changes, you know, I change my mind. Like, I think we need to be able to be proven wrong in some of our assumptions, whether it's about monetary policy and having the best teal book that there is, so to speak, or it has to do with economic policy and national security. Because again, we may be the United States, and the United States acting on behalf of the security for the world, or for the nation rather, but there's the rest of the world that's just trying to figure out themselves, and they're doing it all the time. So I'm a big fan of a mosaic approach. Pull a lot of different types of methodologies, see what's working for which types of participants, and try to piece that together into a picture that can be additive to the United States methodology and uses for policy and for governance. That's purely, you can always throw out what isn't working and different statistical errors, but if we're going to be blind to, if the government doesn't create it, then we're not going to use it. I think it's a very myopic view, and I think we're likely to kind of get caught into blind spots.
So Oliver, back to you. I want to ask, I mean, so we've been largely focusing, and you know, it's because I've been asking questions, on sort of this sort of more short-term, how we make sure we understand choke points and sort of the acute security issue. To your earlier point, you know, a big part of the sort of long-term security is also your ability to promote, you know, competitive innovation and you know, growth. And, you know, in part because of that recognition, there's been a revamping of industrial policy here in the United States and around the world. You know, obviously, to do that type of the top-down policy well, you need good information. What role do you see the federal statistical system playing in sort of the design and also the assessment once policy comes into place of going forward?
I think it's the role that it's always played. We look to the federal statistics system to provide the most accurate, reliable, consistent, objective information given the widest possible frame. So I don't think there's anything new in that question or in the current era that isn't what the statistical system has done for several hundred years.
So nothing about the new technologies today make any differences? I'm going to push back on that slightly. So I mean, there's been some discussion.
I guess the one is that traditionally the data that has fed the statistics is surveys, and principally surveys. That we live in a world in which that data stack is far more blended and relies on other administrative data from other parts of government or from private sector data. And if you're going to use those blended sources, then, as you said, the data harmonization problem is the real problem that you have to issue in order to make sense for that data. I think the good news is that the statistical system has been working on that problem for a while now, and Ron Jarman, I think he just left the room, it has been the chief strategic architect of that at Census, and I think progress is well underway there of being able to very meaningfully integrate a wide diversity of data sources into meaningful frames so that you can derive insights from those data.
Okay. So putting widening the focus slightly. So, I mean, in a lot of the ways, I mentioned sort of international harmonization a minute ago. In the earlier conversation, discussion around sort of measuring things like industrial policy came up. This, in some sense, has to be sort of coordination between fiscal agencies across government. There's a lot of effort going on right now in the OECD on sort of measuring Chinese steel subsidies or just, industrial policy writ large. What role do you see as sort of, and again, this comes to the economic security of it because this is about sort of our competition in these spaces, the competition of different industrial policies or different actors, and making sure we sort of, to the degree to which we can sort of play within a sort of even playing field. So what role do you see, international organizations like the OECD or others playing here, and how can we better support the statistical agencies in doing that work?
I'm going to politely defer on that question.
Anybody want to take that?
I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunity here, particularly for like a lot of these multilateral organizations, multilateral development banks, or even like the IMF and the OECD, that like have these historical mandates, but are kind of trying to adapt to rapidly changing priorities of their shareholders and kind of remain relevant, particularly in a time where, if you think about like the financing institutions, the actual financing that they provide is not like the dominant source of financial flows out there. But I think that where they really can add value is on sort of the statistical information that they produce. And in a lot of these multilateral institutions, like the US government still plays a leading role and is a dominant voice and can kind of help set the agenda. And I think that there's a real lack of standardized information about, industrial policies and kind of like overproduction of goods, and the impact that those can have on the global economy, which is like of macro relevance. So I think that could potentially be a very good agenda for these kinds of institutions to develop some sort of statistical capacity to answer those questions that I think is relevant for all of their members.
I think I have a little bit of a different, I think what the OECD does is important, but I also think that it runs the problem of creating a platypus fast enough, right? The problem we have with a lot of data and statistics now is the velocity. We're not getting enough real time, and I think that through a lot of different, it could be IOSCO, it could be OECD, whenever we're bringing other parties to bear and other equities to bear, there's a lot of watering down, slowing down of the process. So I think they could play an important role in the middle, the back end. But if we're talking about United States primacy of industrial policy, it's got to be a U.S.-led initiative. I think the Commerce Treasury JV or something like, I don't know if we necessarily need to create another bureau or something, but I think that could be kind of the catalyst to drive change at some of these other organizations, which are critical on a global scale. But for purposes of the United States, this really needs to be something we do, I think.
Absolutely. Great. Excellent. Well, I think we should open it up to questions from the assembled.
Thanks for the enlightening discussion. The federal government, 3 agencies in the government are tasked to produce lists of critical and emerging technologies. The National Science Council, the Defense Department, and the National Science Foundation. So imagine this is a magic wand, and I'm giving it to you. So what data would you like to see if you're in charge of actually coming up with every couple of years a list of critical and emerging technologies that drive federal policy? What data would you like to bring into existence that doesn't exist right now to help you make that decision?
So I think one problem, great question. One problem is that we're talking about CTAs versus CETs. So that I think I'm one of those people who's I've spent a lot of time, particularly in the CTA realm, in delineating different aspects of channels of supply and production. And we talked about commonality and homogenization, standardization. There isn't even within intergovernment kind of that, what's primacy, what's emergent. But I think look, going back to something that Oliver highlighted about the AI race, at different aspects of compute, different aspects of energy, right? We need a lot of power to whether it's going to be in quantum or in respect of compute power for AI and chip manufacturing components. So I think there's a lot of different aspects of that kind of labor and capital, as well as the critical minerals that we just don't know about. And we don't know about, again, going back to like the switching costs of having to shift supply chains or switch manufacturing. Now, we could come up with the same result. The policymakers could look at this and go, oh, hey, this is a pretty good deal if we switch, but the politics could always trump that, right? So, but I would argue that, those are some areas where we could use a lot more detailed information about that kind of the intermediary goods that are brought into bear there. But we also really just need to get agreement within the government of critical emergent technologies, critical technology areas. I've seen one agency that defined critical technology dimensions, I think it was. So I think we need some common area. But again, if we're able to draw those data and go to some of the private sector participants, and they don't even need to be sometimes the technology companies themselves. They can be investors. They can be different advisory groups. That can provide a window into those big blocks again of what are the true costs? What is the scenario planning around difficult diplomacy, the 1 Sigma versus hot war 3 Sigma? What does production look like there? Because at the end of the day, what I want to know, and I think what a lot of policymakers want to know within the government is how much is output actually going to be driven? If we invest $10 billion, what is the output, feedback? And is it going to be precise? No, but it's got to be bigger than a bread box. We got to be able to dimension this stuff and not just be able to, wave another magic wand that says it's going to give us, adamantium or something like that.
I think, or here's the framework I would use. One, you need to know how consequential that technology will be to our national security, to our economic competitiveness. Two, what are our domestic factors of production for that technology? And then third, what are our adversaries' production capacity for that technology? So I think it's going to be kind of contingent on the first question, which is really hard to answer because you're making conjectures or projections about what that technology's likely adoption will be in the future and its consequence. But if I had a magic wand, I'd be able to tell the future on that and then have really good data on our ability to produce and what our adversaries' ability to produce.
Yeah, just a quick question about economics and national security and the fact that this specific area gets very close to national security questions or is enmeshed in them, which is often classified or highly sensitive. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on the intelligence community, the role of the intelligence community, what should be classified, what should not, how to share information, how to protect information.
That's a great question. Anybody wants to try that?
Yeah, I think this is an excellent question. So I do think that intelligence community is core, for many of these national security decisions. I think that the way, that our system is set up is, the IC does its analysis, produces reports, and then wants to have a little bit of an a total arm's length, if you will, firewall from the actual coming up with policy process. So, my experience in government is being often sitting in the policy lane and trying to advise policymakers, but then I see products that I think are meant to influence policy, even if factual. So maybe we need to rethink a little bit some of these firewalls, and that's with, and that's not even addressing, I think, a lot of your core question, Roz, about what information, are we classifying the right information and like, I think that there's a lot of limitations that come with working with classified information, like not as there should be, right? You know, but just for the purposes of like taking some data that I know is publicly available and like putting that into a report and being able to brief someone quickly, or, there's all kinds of operational things that slow down that process if you're working in the IC. So as we're trying to adapt to something that's quick moving, this might need a little bit more thought and care to think about how the IC should be best positioned to inform policy, whether or not, like if we are taking something publicly available, like does it need to be classified because it's like going to be briefed to someone very senior? I mean, I think that's a valid question. But also like getting beyond some of the anecdotal information that I think that often comes through classified channels, and this has to do with the means of collection. But being able to apply that more into like forecasting and modeling, I think that we're also like not quite there, but that requires, again, a little bit more integration between IC community and like other economists and data scientists working in government that like doesn't naturally happen, given that even those like human resources and the career tracks, look totally different, and there's not a lot of good incentives to collaborate. So it's a big question for which I don't have easy solutions.
Yeah, I think just quickly, a lot of stuff is just put on the high side, and I don't know why, honestly. Like, as someone who's been briefed as an official and working in the private, it's just ridiculous. The second thing, the IC does a tremendous service to our nation and to the public, and there's very, very sharp, capable people there. But it is a one-way flow of information generally, and I think there's a lot of benefit that could be had by the IC having more intake with other agencies and a bit more collaboration. And look, you can create a room, or you can create, different types of walls to be able to make that happen. Having been in the interagency realm for over 15 years, you can make it happen. It's hard to do, but I think that's the kind of experimentation that we should be doing, right? I think that there's too much of a sclerotic kind of nature to many parts of our government, that because it's been done that way, we should just always continue to do it. So this is, I think, a really important area actually, where just like in investing in markets, it's informational advantage. Well, the same thing in national security. We have to have informational advantage. So let's broaden out, let's experiment, let's try different things, because I think that we could really benefit from the IC, and they can benefit from the economists and from the statisticians and data analysts.
Excellent. I'm going to use my moderator's prerogative to speak to it very slightly too. I couldn't agree more with both Rachel and Trent. The last thing I would say, just kind of footstop on something Rachel said. I think there's a creep for everything going up on the high side and everything's becoming sort of classified. I think that's really important to push against that within this realm, because to your point, there's really a lot of value in having analysis that's not classified, because to Rachel's point, that means you can have people who are in the policy space also giving good analysis that can inform policy in ways that keeps that firewall very, very intact. And also, it just doesn't, it slows things down immensely. And it's really hard, I can do analysis and share it with partners really easily unless it's on the high side, right? So I think for both speed and making sure we keep that firewall and making sure the analysis stays really core to the policy process, we should definitely invest in more economic intelligence within the into the IC. Commerce doesn't have an intelligence body. They probably should at this point, given the role it's playing in these national security issues. Well, that's very Treasury of you. Yeah, you have OIA.
I'm seeing Don Graves not like say no.
Don't know? Oh, okay, all right. Well, all right. Listen, the state guy says you should have it, so
I was giving like easy little bro vibes,
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks. Don Graves, former DepSec Commerce. Want to push back fairly hard on that. Commerce does have, it was just stood up in the last administration, Office of Intelligence and National Security, that combines data, combines intelligence, has agreements with the IC, a lot of sharing of information. There was a critical and emerging technology committee that was created in the last administration that brings together all of the 13, well, not all 13, 10 of the bureau heads of the Department of Commerce, all the relevant components. So at least in one agency, that is going on. And I would just push back a little bit on my friend Trent a little bit. There's good reason at times for some of this data, some of the information to be kept at a high level, and companies are read in when it's important, when it's necessary. But the point that I made last night, there is a lot of information that the U.S. federal government puts out that is exploited by competitors, adversaries around the world. They don't provide the same amount and quality of information that we do. They use that to their advantage. There are certain things like choke points, for instance, in critical emerging technologies, rare earths, critical elements, et cetera, where data should be protected, or at least maybe we should figure out the right ways to share. So I just want to push a little bit back on the notion that we should just open things up to a wide array of folks. Yes, the business community could value some additional information, could have this information to make better decisions. But I will tell you that when it comes to things like critical elements and rare earths, we actually, and that you look at the scale tool that the International Trade Administration created around supply chain risks, that's exactly what they do, but that is not shared broadly. And there was a point, we can have a debate over whether or not it should be shared, but there was a point to keeping that information closed and not sharing it broadly. But there are folks that actually do have that information, and so policymakers can make those decisions on an informed basis.
Great, excellent. And this is a much longer conversation we can have about, but I completely agree. I think there's differences between what's public, what's within the policy process, and then what's also housed within the IC, which are sort of three different buckets. Great. Well, with that, we'll end this excellent conversation. Thank you so much, and please welcome or thank our panelists.
There's a lot to talk about, so we're going to, first of all, that was a fantastic economic security session, so I just want to thank Phil and everyone who participated in that. We're going to move back to government and to the agency perspective. We started with users. We had an interesting perspective on economic security, sandwiched in between that. Chief statistician, Mark, gave his perspective, which I thought was quite interesting, informative, thoughtful, obviously issues to discuss. But let me swing back to our colleagues who have come from the agencies. First of all, we have to thank you again. Everyone should just express their appreciation for these three gentlemen here who continue to keep the system going, innovating the system as you go along, oftentimes below the radar screen, oftentimes, I'll just say, pilloried in public, fairly or unfairly, with the politics. And it is not easy to do, but the country owes you a major debt for doing what you're doing. And I'm very interested in what we're going to talk about. So thank you, all of you. So here's a way to introduce this part of the conversation. There's a lot of talk about change. In fact, our early conversations, you inspired me in a way to start thinking about, let's talk about the system of the future. What is it that we need to build? It's not just what we have to preserve. Having said that, I'm going to ask you in your specific roles. So I didn't properly introduce you. Bill Wyatrowski, Acting Commissioner of BLS, Ron Jarman, who is the CEO of the Census, Vipin Arora, who's the Director of BEA. How do you balance continuity and change? You're probably doing both of it all the time. And so, this is a very high level question, but I wanted to raise that with you because it's one thing to talk about change, but you have to preserve, and it's a non-trivial effort to keep the system going, to preserve its integrity, to preserve its efficiency. Start with that. And I'm happy to start with Ron, and then we can go around the room here.
Well, let me just maybe rephrase that. We have to change in order to preserve the continuity. So, when we talk about things like, declining response rates, how are you going to get the data that support the estimates that you produce that the public all relies upon? And, so one of those ways is to think about, are there other ways of getting the same information? And so we've been doing a lot of work of trying to work, and we do more of this on the business side because it's easier, but at some point we're gonna have to think about it on the household side too. But when we work with businesses, so think about what happens when we send a business a survey, some employee of said business or some team of employees from said business is going to go query a database. They're going to then try to mentally map the schema of their database into the questions that we ask, and then they're going to respond to the survey. So we've been working with several large companies. I think we got 40 or somewhere around there signed up right now. One of them will allow us to talk about it, and that's Amazon. And so it was taking Amazon 600 person hours a year, a team of like 4 or 5 people, to respond to our monthly, quarterly, and annual surveys. That's not even including the economic census. That's every 5 years, very burdensome survey. And so we worked with them to automate how we get the data from them. So we get the data more granularly, more frequently, and it now takes them 15 minutes a quarter to check to make sure that the thing is working correctly, okay? So there's a huge benefit to the companies of doing this. We're getting more data, we're getting better data than we were getting before, but it supports the same statistics. But not only does it support the same statistics, as we get more of this from other companies, I think we can start entertaining, some other statistical series. So I think when it's often a false dichotomy between trying to preserve what you've been doing and doing something new. It's often you need to do something new to keep doing what you've been doing. Yeah.
Great point. Bill, to you.
Sure. So what I would say is one of the most important things is exciting the staff into doing new things. And so we have a lot of monthly programs. There's a lot of production that goes into a monthly program. It's somewhat routine, but you got to do it every month and you got to do it right. And those people do a great job, but they're also interested in doing it better. And so, for example, in the Consumer Price Index, to look for alternative data sources. We've had a lot of success with alternative data sources, but the Consumer Price Index is probably the place where we've had the most success. And so finding those sources, working with that data often for months and years to make sure that it's consistent, that it sort of meets the needs that we have. But that ultimately seeing that come to fruition. We introduced an alternative data source for telecommunication services this past summer. And so people had been working that for a long time. And so being able to get out that monthly CPI, but also see the progress of their work improve. And so that's how we attract new staff, good staff, and that's how we do our best to retain those staff.
Phenomenal. Vipin.
It's a really hard question, man. I mean, it's really hard, and I've been kind of thinking around in my head, how do you balance that? And then for me, you know, I don't like to play defense. I like to play offense, and so like I think you always have to improve. So you have to find somewhere something that you can improve. So the way, you know, we've thought about it at BEA is if you think about maybe you've got 10,000 things you do, right? If you can make a 1% improvement in half of them, just think about 1%, just a little incremental improvement across half your organization, your processes, just think how much better you can get. And so I think taking more of an offensive mindset to it, I think has really helped us. And so then it kind of goes back to what Ron was saying, and it builds on what Bill was saying, is it excites staff to see wins, to see improvements. But then you're always changing, right? You're improving, but you know your legacy products are improving, and everything else is improving as well. So I think staying on offense is really important for us.
I'm so glad you all shared your perspective on this and corrected what I think is my own misimpression. Like, how do I frame this as stability versus change? And I go back to, I think it was Dave McNellis. Dave, did you talk about continuous improvement? Like our systems are continuously improving. You're going through this process. Now, one can debate how fast you're going or whether you're going fast enough. But what I heard was, and I'd like your thoughts on this, there's new data that needs to be collected. There are new methods. There's a new machinery, particularly with technology, that you might want to deploy. And then there's like, how do you bring in either new people or excite people to do new things? And all of these things are happening, I think, from what you're saying, simultaneously, and you're continuing to do that, probably under resource constraints. Do I have that right? And where would you push further if you could? Maybe you start with you.
So I'm going to go back to a sports analogy. So I really like football, and I was never fast enough to get on the field to play. And so in other aspects of my life, I think I try to overcompensate with speed. So I just want to get faster. I want BA to do everything faster, and that's where I would hit is. Mm-hmm. You heard Todd talk about earlier when he opened up. Yeah. Contemporaneous data is what he called it, but timeliness, I think, for us is huge, and we just want to get faster at every single thing we do.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think the idea is to, you know, everything you do to do better, to get, you know, more granular data out there more quickly. But then how are you going to do that? So, you know, the case I cited with Amazon, so that requires someone at a stat agency to have like almost a salesperson relationship with companies, right? That's not the kind of people we've hired in the past. And so to think about how do we augment our staff, so that, you know, as we scale that up, how do we do that? Then what are we going to need, you know, if we're going to get far more data in, and maybe the data doesn't even all come here, that we're computing on data behind company firewalls, you know, what's the engineering talent that we're going to need? So, you know, how do we, you know, augment our you know, economists and demographers and data scientists and statisticians with these other toolkits that we're going to need to bring to bear as you sort of modernize the statistical system, and how do you get all of that team working? You know, it's easy to get economists and demographers excited about data on companies and households, right? Maybe it's a little harder to get you know, an engineer excited about that. So how do we get them and bring them in, acculturate them to the sort of stat agency ethos about, you know, trying to provide data for the public, where their other job opportunities might be like go work at a tech firm or something like that. So I think it's really about trying to you know, think about the kinds of folks that we're going to need to sort of scale this, you know, sort of modern vision out, and then how do we bring them in and get them, you know, as part of the team of the stat system. So thanks.
There are a lot of misconceptions about sort of how backwards some of the work is. So certainly BLS has been in the news a lot in recent months and last couple of years, and a lot of questions about sort of the methods of producing things. Like, we're still sending out paper and a pencil, and people fill it out and send it back, which is just not true. So we have introduced over time a lot of electronic methods for getting data in. We collect data almost exclusively from businesses. And so, as we heard earlier, they don't want to be burdened with a lot of time. And so providing a lot of options for entering data, and also providing opportunities to provide large data files, or for us to work with them on how that data file might work. And so we've spent a fair amount of time trying to modernize that process and trying to add new options as much as possible. And just to add to what Ron is saying, we have staff around the country that do a lot of data collection for our price programs and our compensation programs. And we've discovered over time that we hire economists, but they have to be salespeople as well. A wallflower is not going to be a great data collector. And so over time, I think we've learned that and been able to adapt.
Yeah, I think there's so much for the public to learn about what you're actually doing. And I think, I wonder how much of that, organizations like ours or others should be able to bring that to light, and you yourselves, what you're doing about that, because otherwise you're caught in a moment where the politics and the credibility of the institution is questioned, but in fact under the, like the duck paddling under the water, there's all this stuff happening. What's your perspective on that, particularly around the notion of credibility versus independence versus the kinds of things Mark Calabria was talking about?
So there's certainly been a fair amount of misstatements, and I think BLS has been in the crosshairs on a lot of that, and it's not new. So I do an introductory session for brand new BLS staff, and I show a video from 15 or so years ago that talked about the Obama administration cooking the books. And that wasn't true then, it's not true now, but there's certainly a lot of misstatements about cooking the books, about sort of adding politics into the data. We're a bunch of math nerds, and we rely on our methodology, and we feel very strongly about making that methodology as transparent as we possibly can. And I can give you other examples. Even recently, with the shutdown, that there were individuals who were certain that I had the unemployment data in my back pocket and that I wasn't releasing it because it was going to make somebody look bad. And I can assure you, I have no idea what the September unemployment data are. And so getting past those misconceptions is something that all of us could work on.
Ron?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think people, have a good enough sense of how the sausage gets made and how, it would be difficult to do some of the things that, people out in the public arena sometimes think is happening. But I would also say we need to do more to, especially for sort of the public at large, is to do things that they see direct value from. And so, one of the things that we worry about with declining response rates is that, there could be many reasons. I think the main reason is people just don't have the time, and they get lots of requests for surveys and what have you. But if they see that there's some value from participating in these things that's more direct to them, perhaps they would have a different attitude about engaging with the statistical system. And so one of the things that we've been working on over the past several years is with our LEHD, linked employer-employee data. First, we worked with several university systems around the country to build something called the post-secondary employment outcome. So what happens to your earnings 1, 5, and 10 years after graduating from a college or university, and by campus, by major, right? And so that was one of the things, this is one of these products that advanced and modernized disclosure avoidance procedures allows us to produce. we'd been talking about doing something like this for decades, but traditional disclosure procedures wouldn't allow you to do this. So this is where modernized methods sort of met an old need, but it's also something that we're trying to do that provides value directly to a family who's thinking about sending a student to in a particular program. So more recently, we've worked with first with the Army, but then with the Defense Department to do a similar thing for veterans. So we have by branch of the service, by occupation within the military, we have the same sort of thing. So for folks that are in the military, thinking about different career paths through the military and how that impacts their earnings after they leave. So finding something that from the statistical system that gives value to sort of average everyday people, I think that helps blunt their willingness to listen to these rumors, because hey, census and BLS and BE are giving us useful information. So I think when they consume the information in such a secondhand way that they don't see us directly as providing value.
Yeah. Dippin, your thoughts on this?
So one of the questions that I get, when I get a chance to speak to just a general public audience is who gets to see GDP before it's published? Always can guarantee that that's going to be a question that comes out of the audience. And so it's nice to be able to talk through the processes we have and the segmentation we have and bringing all this stuff together, because for decades we've been doing this and the process it's very secure, and not many people, that's the answer. People seem to be very comforted by that. And I think just in general, that kind of communication, I'll say key to me to credibility is plain language communication. And it's got to be plain language communication, whether it's in your methodology documents or whether it's me up here, or Ron up here, or Bill up here talking about it. I mean, I know Adam Szyminski's in here somewhere, just a master when he was the administrator of EIA in plain language communication. And I learned a lot from him, and I think following that model would be very effective for us in terms of credibility.
That's powerful. So you've reminded us you are in the process of innovating to keep the system going. You've told us what you think can be done to make sure the public understands it. But there is something to this thesis that the economy is changing profoundly, that data is being generated in volumes and in complexity that outside of government that hadn't been done before, that there is certainly an accelerating technology race, national security competition with China, economic security competition with China. We heard that from the other panel. These things certainly throw up questions for the statistical system. I think my thought would be similar to other challenges our nation has faced in the past. And so I guess this goes back to one of our conversations about what's the system of the future. So I just like your thoughts on what one or two big things are that you were thinking should respond to this, if you agree with this thesis. And maybe start with Ron and then Bill and Dippin.
So I think first of all is how do we adapt our methods, our infrastructure to take advantage of the much more data-rich world that we now inhabit. And so I talked a little bit about that, what we're doing with Amazon and others, and David Johnson's back here. We're on a project where we're using transactions data to do sort of combined price and quantity information for the retail sector. But I think it's that gets you part of the way there.
Yeah.
But then the question is, what is it that we need to be measuring that's different than it was before? And this is where I think we need more help from others. So that was a great conversation that we had on the panel before. I think that's a lens on economic measurement that we don't see that much. Okay, and so how do we sort of plug into that conversation, and what can we do to help that? I don't think that state agencies want to be working with the intelligence community, directly, probably, because I think the public might have some ideas about that. But so what is it that we should be using this new data-rich environment these new techniques to what should we be measuring over and above what we're currently doing. And so, I think there are some things, so obviously we've added a lot of questions about AI use, on business surveys. And so, it would have been cool in the first half of the 20th century if we would have asked companies about, their use of electricity. You would have saw a huge, benefit from, moving from local power generation to using the grid. But so is AI really, on that kind of level of big general purpose technology that's going to have profound impacts on the economy? Well, at least we're trying to, see how it's diffusing through the economy and stuff. But what else should we be doing? So we get a lot of this, who's really good at telling us what to measure? Academics are really good at telling us what to measure. But that's one kind of segment of the economy that's telling us to look at things. So are there other voices we should be hearing on that? And I don't think we're getting the full picture, so.
There's several things that we would certainly like to expand on. So we heard earlier about, the great move from a manufacturing economy to a service economy. I think we do a pretty good job in employment in that area, but not so good a job in the price area. So our producer prices and our import-export prices are largely a manufacturing program. One, it's easier to collect those data. We have a great partnership with the Census Bureau on trade data that we use for import-export price index, but most of that is for goods. So expanding our services in the price area is something that I think, we would love to do more of. In the employment area, you hear lots and lots about the gig economy. The numbers that we've put out have been quite small, and no one sort of believes them. And so, being able to expand on that a little bit more. And then we are sort of venturing into the AI world, some looking at sort of the impact on the labor market, on changes in occupation mix, or in replacement of tasks and things like that. So there's certainly a lot of things, and I'm sure there's many more. And again, input from as many folks as possible is what we really need in that area.
Thank you. Yeah.
Probably take a different perspective on this and talk about internally, how can we make our organizations more effective? I just think there's so much to be gained by improving our organizational effectiveness just a little bit. If you just ask simple questions like, are we structured in the right way? Are we structured in a modern way? And this isn't just a stat agency thing. This is any bureaucracy, I think you could say this about. But I think that is a real question that all of us should be asking. And then what that leads me to think about goes back to where Bill started, in that, are we making the most effective use of the talent that we have? Because I can tell you, I feel at BEA we've got talent everywhere, but am I using them in the right way? Are we making the most effective use of all the talent that we have? And I don't know that it could be yes, could be no, but I think we can. I do think we can do better. And so internally, I think that's important.
Well, thank you for raising that. I was going to ask about people and process, because there's obviously some discussion about how a statistical agency should be organized. There's also the point you're raising is within each agency, how do you improve? Like what you can control, what can you do right now? What are your thoughts on that in terms of, I'm not going to put you on the spot about some of these recommendations that are out there in the public domain. What I'm asking is, how do you coordinate right now? How do you coordinate better to be able to answer the big questions that policymakers are asking?
So I'll talk a little bit about some lessons learned. So again, I've mentioned more than once that BLS is in the news. So last year, 2024, we had a series of missteps of our own making, and each of them were different, and each of them had sort of a personnel issue behind them, but they all gave the impression that we were providing unequal access to people, which is never our intention, and far from the truth. There's a lot of public information about this, including a report from a panel of outside experts that's on the BLS website. But not to be outdone, the Department of Labor's Inspector General is still looking into this topic, as is, I think, the Government Accountability Office. So we never get off the hook. But one of the things that we realized is that the way that we handle public inquiries needed to be thought about differently. And Vipin was part of the panel, so he could speak to this as well. We have a reputation for 140 some years of answering every possible question that comes in and providing people as much detail as possible about how we put together our statistics and our methodology. And what we realized is that we were providing some information to some people and maybe other information to other people, and providing it often in our own words, which were not consistent from one place to another. And frankly, some of the requesters were taking advantage of that. And finding out the right person that they were going to get a little bit more information from. Mm-hmm. And so we have completely revamped our customer service approach to focus entirely on the trust of BLS data. And so I think some of our customers may be a little less happy about that, but we now focus entirely on what information is already public and providing the same information to everyone. And I think that just helps to sort of expand the credibility of the agency, and something we continue to work on and will continue to be working on with staff.
Thank you, Bill. Ron? So remind me exactly what was the question here?
I'm sure I went off.
No, that was awesome. I mean,
Actually, I have to try and remember it myself.
Yeah. Oh, how we work
between the
together.
agencies,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Well, I mean, so first of all, we work together all the time. So people think that, it's complete silo. So Bill mentioned the project we did working with the trade data that we collected, and we just had a big ceremony. We're all in the same building now, right? Yeah. So, when we're working, we are. So I think, and we've worked with BEA in the past, and then we work with other stat agencies as well. Now, some things make it hard to do as much as we'd like to do, because there are restrictions on data sharing and what have you. But I think we find ways to do what we can within the resources and constraints that we face. Barry Johnson sitting back there, he's retired now, but he was a great partner when he was at the IRS. I mean, the amount of collaboration within the stat system, I think, is a very underappreciated. And I think people outside say, oh, there's too many silos and they should, but there is a lot of collaboration. We try to do, obviously you work on projects you think are going to have a big impact. And so I think that's what we, strive to do. And, so over the years, we moved down that curve from the biggest impact to the next biggest impact, and so on and so forth. But, obviously, could there be more? Could there be things that change? One thing I think about as we move forward, it is, you're talking to three of the bigger agencies here. Scale matters for innovation, okay? Yeah. And so if I'm at the Bureau of Transportation Statistics or the Bureau of Justice Statistics and I got, 75 staff, it's hard to think how I'm going to adopt AI to help, with my processes. So I think some notion of bringing more scale to a broad set of statistical domains, not just at census or not just at BLS, I think that's something that we're going to have to talk about going forward.
I hear implicit in that the potential for some structural discussion about structural
I mean, or some way to get around that.
Yeah. Vipin?
I think there's just a tremendous amount of collaboration on the product side, and you see it all over. And actually on the technical side, I think these two, Census and BLS, house some of the world's experts in things like, I don't know, Dave, you're here somewhere, you mentioned seasonality. I mean, they've got the world's experts in seasonality. A lot of them wrote the manuals or, the seasonal adjustment programs and whatnot. We're talking to them all the time about that type of thing. But there's no getting around it. Like, some of the paperwork's just a pain in the ass. I mean, like, you think about trying to, share data. It's so hard, man. And it's come up over and over again. And there's simple fixes to some of this stuff. And I just hope that we can make more progress on that. And it's not the product side, but it's on the back end really where you see a lot of that. I'll add one last thing. So BEA is kind of like the aggregator of a lot of data across the statistical system. But we use over 300 different sources to put our statistics out. About a third of those come from the private sector. Maybe a third come from state and local government, and then the rest comes from the federal government, a lot from BLS and census. So we have a lot of experience with this. And we've made some progress, but things are harder than they should be, I think, in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Very thoughtful and candid conversation from all of you. I'm going to open it up. We have 10 minutes before lunch, and I want to make sure that we had the opportunity for people to ask you questions. Yes, sir.
Howard Feinberg with the Insights Association. Want me to wait for a mic, or am I good? Sorry. Howard Feinberg with the Insights Association. So we're talking a lot about trying to find ways to innovate within the federal statistical agencies. What role is the private sector going to have to play in that in terms of providing services to your agencies? There are a lot of things that various statistical agencies are trying to do that are already done at warp speed by comparison in the private sector.
Because one of the things that I think is and I'm talking about BEA here, we need to do better learning from the private sector. And I think the private sector, they have customers that, that are paying them, and they are very responsive to their customers. And I think learning from them on how they stay relevant, I think is really important for us. And there's many aspects to that, but I think there's a lot that we can learn from them.
So I'd just say, we're already working with the private sector on these things. So the Amazon example I gave before, there's a team of engineers from Intel that are working with us on that. So I think that's always been the case, that we have private sector partners. I would say, I think over the past couple of decades, we've probably skewed too much to relying strictly on contractor provided solutions. And we want to get back to where there's folks that have more technical expertise inside, that have more skin in the game, and are also, more able to do proper oversight of contractors as well. So I think, I think it's more of a teamwork model as opposed to we're going to go buy something off the street.
So the two areas that we work on most with the private sector are contracts, and that's IT, but it's also data collection, and a lot of research contracts. But then the other area is in obtaining data. So we work with data aggregators, we work with private employers on getting data, and there are challenges. So I'll just give one example of data we were getting from a data aggregator for the Consumer Price Index. We were getting the data for free until that company was bought out by another company. And the other company was like, we're not giving this data away for free. And so we had to figure out whether or not we could pay for the data. So there's definitely challenges with those types of arrangements.
Great. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mike Corrigan. I'm formerly of the BLS, so I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the statistical system. So it's a little bit of a loaded question, but I just wanted to sort of get a sense from the panelists in terms of the decline in the budgets in real terms over whatever period you want, that if as a standard in terms of policies that would be recommended out of a forum like this, just to maintain the real value of the budgets, not increase them, but just maintain the real value, how much has been lost over the last whatever your period of time that's relevant, 10 years, 5 years? Because I think it is a substantial issue, but I'd like the audience to have a sense of how much the budgets have actually declined in real terms.
So Steve Pearson's in the back knows the numbers better than I do, but I think it's around 20% over the last 15 or so years. The BLS is part of the Department of Labor, and for appropriations purposes, it's the labor, HHS, and education appropriation. And so as you might imagine, healthcare issues often get top interest. In certain administrations, education topics get a lot of interest. And then within the Labor Department, some of my colleague agencies are saving miners' lives or saving workers' lives. And so sometimes the priority is such that the statistical agencies sort of are at the bottom of the list. But we have done, despite those losses, we're producing more data now than we were 15 years ago.
And I think that is a really good point. You know, so for us, BA high water mark for budget in real terms was 2009, and we've been on a steady decline since that time. I forget the exact percentages, but we have definitely been on a decline. But we are producing orders of magnitude more data than we were. And then I think that, you know, something like on the order of magnitude of, you know, we had 100 times more data because such an expansion in our state and local information over the last 20 years. It's been tremendous.
Yeah, same with us. I mean, you know, I think if you exclude the decennial census, I think we're probably somewhere between BEA and BLS in terms of real decline. I mean, so I grew up in the economics directorate of the Census Bureau, the part that does establishment surveys. I think when I started in the 90s, there was 1,500 people there. There's now, I think, under 1,000. And they produce far more data than they did in the 90s. Okay, so there's been a huge amount of productivity increase. And so some of that probably justifies some reduction in budget if we can do more with the same amount of money. But, you know, we do have this is me, personal opinion, we do have a $30 trillion economy. Census Bureau budget is like $1.5 billion a year. We get another 400 million in reimbursable survey work. So when you think about as sort of national priorities about the size of our economy and how much we spend on measuring it, we're getting a really good deal. Okay, so should it be more? Where I sit, of course it should be more. But, you know, that's not my decision, and we'll do the best with what we get. But I think it is open for a reasonable discussion about, especially in this time of rapid change, should we be investing more in our ability to understand what's going on in the economy? So,
Yes, ma'am, please.
Hi, Molly Smith from Bloomberg News. Can you talk a little bit about if you've explored making surveys mandatory? A lot of them are voluntary, and if they could be mandatory, if there is a consequence to not participating, and how to enforce something like that.
So I think I'm the only one here that has any. You have one, okay. So it's probably unlikely that we would introduce more mandatory surveys. So right now at census, the decennial census, the economic census, which is done every 5 years, and a few annual surveys are, the ACS, are mandatory, okay? Everything else is voluntary. We've never imposed a consequence on anyone for failing to respond to a survey in total or in part. And so, you know, non-response, you know, is not just when people fail to respond to the survey, it's when they fail to respond to all the questions in the survey. We don't even have a law enforcement arm to do anything like that. We would have to send that case to the Justice Department, and they've got bank robbers and kidnappers and murderers and stuff like that. I'm sure that, you know, not responding to a census survey wouldn't be high on their list to prosecute. And look, I don't think we want to do that. I think we want to encourage response to surveys. But that said, I think, you know, on this notion, we don't want to get out of the survey business. There are some things you can only learn from a survey, especially in a timely manner. We want to right-size surveys. So to the extent that we can replace information that we currently collect through surveys with some other either administrative data or feeds from companies or working with state and local governments, you know, if we can do that, then let's not ask those questions on a survey and only burden people and businesses with things that we can only learn through a survey questionnaire. And that could be learning something we could learn from other sources in a more timely manner, because sometimes administrative data takes a long time to get there. So kind of a long way of saying I don't think making surveys mandatory is probably the answer, even if the environment was permissive to allowing that to happen.
So we have one survey, our workplace injury and illness survey, that's mandated by the Occupational Safety and Health Statistics Act. And the response rate is pretty good, but it's not 100%. And we don't have survey cops out there, arresting anyone for participating. Similar to what Ron said, it'd have to go through the Justice Department. There's sort of confidentiality issues about, indicating who the employers are that aren't providing the data. One other thing I'll mention is that we do a lot of work with the states. I see our colleague from South Carolina is here. And a few of the states have mandated one or two of our employment surveys, and I think that has helped with the response. But on the state level, and those are federal state cooperative programs, so we produce comparable federal and state data. So I think that does help a little bit on the state level.
Yeah, no question, mandatory does help response. Having that on the top, it is helpful. So.
Did you have any thoughts on this? No. Well, we're at the 12:30 mark. Any other final questions? Yes, sir. Final question.
Nathan Goldschlag, Economic Innovation Group. Some of the discussion about modernization, and Ron, some of your comments hinted at this pretty directly, implied a sort of a change in the need of skills, the types of workers that you need. So I just wanted to ask you to reflect on how difficult that's been to do in the recent years, and then with all the changing technology, how difficult do you expect that to be in the coming years?
Hiring in a federal agency is always difficult. But I think we've had, some good luck bringing in the kind of folks that we need. I think like right now, if you're asking me like, what do we really need? Like cloud engineers and, this is kind of a new thing. But, that's where we are. And so, there's currently a freeze that we hope is ending soon, and we'll be out looking for folks. So if you know people that are energetic and want to come work at a stat agency, send them to USA Jobs.
I do think economists and statisticians, either undergrad or coming out of grad school, do have a lot of these skills. I mean, people come in with Python skills all the time, and they might look at software that we already have and say, well, what is that? But IT skills are difficult and expensive. And so we contract a lot of that work just because the federal government's not going to pay what the going rate is.
This has been a fascinating conversation. I think what's really important is the folks who watch this either live or afterwards get to hear from you and get that rich perspective that you've been providing on what you're doing every day and your teams across your agencies. And again, just deep appreciation for what all of you are doing for the country. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Andrew Reamer, non-resident scholar with CSIS, research professor at George Washington University. This is the show and tell portion of the program. The topic is innovation in the statistical system. We're going to hear from 3 presenters regarding innovations in statistics, in particular, the development of new relationships between public and private data providers. So with us, we have Amy O'Hara, who's a research professor at the Massive Data Institute and executive director of the Federal Statistical Research Data Center at the McCourt School for Public Policy at Georgetown. Calandra Cruikshank is CEO and founder of Statebook International, a location intelligence company providing strategic insights powered by data science to inform the optimal locations for investment across industries. So that was a free infomercial there. And Bob Sheets, who is with us from Chicago, who's a fellow with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, a former colleague of mine at George Washington University, the Institute of Public Policy. And Bob focuses on federal and state economic and workforce development policy and labor market information. So what we're going to do is have 7-8 minutes of presentations by each of these. Bob and Calandra have slides. Amy doesn't. She would, and she can explain why, because of the government shutdown. And then we'll open it up to questions about what you just heard from them, because my expectation is you haven't heard of any of these efforts. Bob's going to talk about the efforts of the Chamber of Foundation to create new relationships between the federal statistical agencies, state employment agencies, and the private sector. Calandra's going to talk about the data products that her firm provides that integrate federal and non-federal data, state data and private data. And Amy's going to talk about work that she is doing as a professor regarding the development of new methods, innovative methods regarding federal statistics. So with that, we'll start with Bob Sheets, who has a slideshow, and Bob, take it away.
Thanks, Andrew. And thanks so much for the opportunity to participate on the panel today and the opportunity to share information on 2 U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation projects led by Jason Tishko, who couldn't join today. And we hope that we will share this information on 2 projects that we hope will have implications for your discussion on improving federal statistical system, especially the collection of employer administrative records, lowering costs, improving data quality and timeliness, which I think are some of the topics that were in previous discussions today. The first project I was going to talk about is JEDEX. It's the Jobs and Employment Data Exchange Project, which I'll focus most on today. And this started in 2021 and has continued to the date with support from the Gates, Strada Education, and Sloan Foundations. And then a new project that was launched in August called the New Data Paradigm Project that builds on JEDEX, but takes a larger perspective on the collection, management, and use of both education and workforce data. So those are the 2 projects I'll be talking about today. So first of all, on JEDEX, what is that? Assuming many of you have never heard that acronym or know about the project, but it's been a project focused on public-private standards-based. It's a project that focused on the consistent sharing and use of data on jobs and employment. And when we use the word standards, what we're talking about are both data standards, which in this case, like data model and definitions, but also technology standards. And I'm going to be talking about those as well. And when we talk about public-private, JEDEX is founded on the idea of collaboration between the public and private sectors with voluntary consensus standards organizations. In this case for JEDEX, it's the HR Open Standards Consortia, which is one of the leading global standards bodies for employer HR data, and it is dedicated to standardization for the sharing of data, internal, especially internal to the employer. For example, we're also building on best practices for how employers and HR technology service providers actually organize, find, and share. The general idea is, let's start from a better understanding on the innovations on the private side on how this is done. As many of you probably know, in any sort of government reporting, many times that requires HR systems, employer HR systems, who may be diverse systems, to share data to compile reports. For example, payroll data, time and attendance, general HR, applicant tracking systems. These are generally types of HR systems that hold data that have to be integrated to produce reports internally for employers, but also reports to government. So what we're trying to do is build on some of those leaders in that area for this project, for the JetX project. So that kind of gives you a sense of what is JetX. JetX has historically, JetX is a broader perspective, a broader project on improving the sharing of data for a variety of use cases, including government reporting, but also how employers share data with their talent partners, like education and training partners and others, like job description, job posting data as well, but also for the issuing of LERs, which has been a focus of the Chamber Foundation for quite a few years. And those are individually controlled and verifiable digital records on an individual's formal and informal learning and employment. But again, I'll talk about that a little bit later, but again, the focus of my discussion today is on government reporting. So it is focused on improving government reporting, starting with state UI and related federal programs that produce some of the most widely used statistical series for jobs, wages by industry and by occupation. We are doing this through three strategies. Again, we're talking about data standardization. There was a lot of discussion earlier today about harmonization, but improving data standardization across federal and state federal and state collection systems, which could include program data collection. For example, UI, new hire, the upcoming data collection for Medicaid. So program data collected for program administration, as well as statistical reporting, where we're focused on the need for data standardization across. Think about how it is for employers to respond to data requests based upon different definitions of what's being asked and how they map it back to how they hold that data. So we're talking about public-private data standardization. The second one is on modernizing government reporting, moving toward the use of API integration. As I mentioned before, the lead practices in employers is data integration through APIs that allow you to connect payroll, time and attendance, general HR data together. The leading practices are through API integration based upon data standards. And so what we're trying to do is extend that to modernize. Imagine now we extend that so the sharing partner is with a government agency as well. So can we take those leading practices and modernize government reporting through the use of public-private API standards? And again, we've done a JetX API prototype based upon standards developed in cooperation with the HR Open Standards Consortium. The third strategy is on consolidation. I think Andrew did a great report with JetX with Steve Saxton on the number of federal and state collection systems that employers need to respond to and all the differences. And what we've learned in doing surveys now with employers in cooperation with SHRM is that the number one issue in the JetX value proposition employers embrace is fewer reports. Consolidate reports in a standardized way through modernized reporting, but fewer reports, which will reduce cost, improve data quality, and timeliness. Again, which I mentioned before, is we are talking about the use of the data also for public and private. I want to emphasize public and private workforce analytics and government program administration. And again, I just mentioned we want to ensure that when employers share data with government, we want to encourage that they do it consistently with the data they share with partners about job needs, and as well as issuing LERs. So we have consistent sharing of data across the three different use cases, including government reporting. When I talk about the three strategies, I'd like to focus, just to provide some examples, is when we look about the need for data standardization, it is for critical building blocks of a lot of federal statistical, a lot of collection systems. And again, probably one of the biggest moves in innovations in state UI, including Brian's team in South Carolina, is adding job information to UI wage records. Again, states have different approaches, and also the definitions for guidance for those things are different with federal data collection. Work location. Think about the implications of remote work. And we have two different approaches for work location and collection systems. One is tying the individual to an establishment, which allows for industry coding and location of where somebody reports to or receive guidance from, but also primary work location where somebody actually carries out that work. We have issues around different definitions of hours. We have people that talk about hours totally paid versus only hours that are actually worked, different definitions of that. Then there's differences in how you define compensation. The UI world is total wages, but again, compensation is different. So we see in JEDX, we've been working on different standardization approaches for some of these basic building blocks that are important in moving the strategy on standardization forward.
Bob, just in the interest of time, can you just wrap up in a couple minutes?
This will be the last answer.
Great.
And then we've done a pilot test in cooperation with many different partners for actually testing the collection using an API, along with a standardized data package with partners, again, from South Carolina, Arkansas, and BLS. And if I can just say that next we're just promoting continuing JEDX and the new data paradigm project, which is a broader discussion. And just for more information, you can, these are some links for more information. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Bob. And we'll be back to you with questions. Calandra. And can we put up Calandra's slides, please?
Hi, everyone. I'm Calandra Cruikshank, and I'm founder and CEO of Statebook International, which is a location intelligence company. And we actually have developed a patented platform that aggregates federal data and state and private data and does the work of harmonizing it and synthesizing it and geocoding it and figuring out how to trend across data points when 50% of the census tracts shapefiles can change in every given year as populations grow and shrink and so forth. And what we do, we've heard a lot today about breaking down data silos and the importance of that and the importance of interagency data sharing and so forth. So what we do is we actually aggregate the data across all different federal agencies, the census, of course, BLS, BEA, transportation, energy, education, health, housing, NOAA, FEMA, FAA, Tax Foundation, and many others. So this is just a sampling. And we have harmonized it in a platform that makes the data searchable, comparable, and filterable across the entire United States. We originally built the platform for corporate site selection, helping Fortune 500 companies figure out where they were going to move their next headquarters or open a new manufacturing facility and so forth. and quickly realized that economic development organizations were the other side of that coin. And so we built a platform that allows both of them to use the data for economic development, business attraction, retention, expansion, economic strategy and planning, and so forth. And we've come to realize that the data is market and sector agnostic. So it's taking all of these different disparate data sets and combining different data points in different ways for insights for each sector. And well, just on the other side of that, you see we have over 74.2 billion data points across the United States. And in part, that's because we have the data at a variety of different geography levels. So we keep it for nationwide, for every state, MSA, county, city, census tract, and block group, and wherever the data exists at those levels, and then congressional district and school district, and we're in the process of adding zip codes. So you can look at the data for any region across all of the different federal agencies and so forth, as well as private data. And what we've done is we've developed what we call microsites for every one of those geography levels. So you can go do a search across different parameters that are of importance to your project and find the locations that are optimal for those particular projects, and then you can do a deep dive into any geography level that you're interested in. And we map the data. All of our data is fully interactive, so it's mapped in GIS mapping, it's configurable, it's tables, charts, graphs. You can compare geographies. There's a lot of interactivity and customization, and it's all fully exportable, so you can add those visualizations to your grant applications or reports or what have you. And I thought it might be helpful to share a couple of quick use case examples. So here you're looking at FEMA National Risk Index in Washington, D.C. You can identify a particular census tract as an example that is high risk, and then you can go in and say, okay, we know very often people in poverty live in high-risk areas, and so what percent of that population is in poverty? What is the age of the housing stock in that area? And what percent of it might not be up to current building codes, and if hardened, that could make the area more resilient. You could identify how many people might need translation services to know what to do in a disaster event because they don't speak English. And you could identify how many first responders or healthcare providers might be available in the area to respond to a disaster. And then identify which industries are in the area that might be impacted and what infrastructure such as bridges, dams, power lines, airports, et cetera, might be impacted. And then one other example I wanted to share actually was at the onset of COVID, we did a project with Moody's Analytics. They came to us and said that their mid-sized bank clients were in a panic over what impact COVID would have on their real estate loan portfolio. And so we took their portfolio data in, their real estate loan portfolio data, and worked a lot of magic with that, but that's not in these screenshots because a lot of that was proprietary. But what we did that I can share was that we took their portfolio, mapped it, and then we were able to show them, for example, what was the income and age of different people in the area of their multifamily, in this case, multifamily unit. And then looking at the income, looking at education attainment. Very importantly, we looked at what percent of the population around that multifamily unit was employed in retail and hospitality, so might have been unemployed or furloughed at that moment, versus how many people were employed in finance or management, so probably could work from home and still had an income. So very quickly, the bank knew before the developers even knew, that developer was going to be coming to them for a workout on that loan, because some percentage of people were, not going to be able to continue to pay their rent because they were furloughed or what have you. Another example, we took their hospitality portfolio and brought in producer price index data, national hotel employment statistics, and other data to show how the national hotel industry was performing, and then they could compare that to the local hotels that they had loans against and see what was happening for those particular properties. And then very importantly, we bring in a lot of private data. So in this case, we brought in mobility data from cell phone signals so that we could show people coming to this hotel before COVID, came from these locations, and during COVID, at the height of COVID, they weren't traveling anymore, or what percent were or weren't, and why were they coming in, or why were they staying home. And so I want to do we've talked about a lot of this already today, so I'm not going to go through all of these, but I put together some of the federal data challenges that my company sees working with government agencies, working with private companies out in the wild, if you will. Obviously, the federal data is not always accessible. It's available, but not accessible to lay users. And so how do users need to use the data? 2 minutes. Okay, I'm going to skip through a bunch of these because a lot of this has already been discussed by people much more intellectual on this stuff than I am. I will say one of these I want to touch on is rural data collection. There are a lot of challenges in rural data collection, and the sample sizes can be too small, and the margin of error can be very high. But there is also a myth that there isn't rural data. And we often surprise economic development organizations, people in Puerto Rico and economic development, for example, that so much of the data actually is available. They just don't know how to find it. And actually, I want to touch super quickly on the trust piece, because I think there's been a lot of discussion about that today. And what we see is that one of the biggest problems with the federal data is that there is a communications issue. People they're not in the weeds on this stuff, and so they don't trust it because they don't understand what some of those issues are around revisions or margin of error, et cetera. Other challenges that we see, privacy and data sovereignty have been discussed quite a bit today, and very, very important. Leveraging private company data. So as a private company, I can tell you that our mandate is to maximize shareholder profits. And it's not almost ever actually in the public benefit, right? So I personally am in the process of restructuring my company to be a public benefit corporation, because this is very important to us and we want to have that dual mandate, but I think we could encourage a lot more of that, and I think the government should be very careful. There's been a lot of discussion on leaning on private companies, and I think we need to be very careful how we do that. AI and quantum computing are obviously changing everything, but we also have to be very careful, especially with AI, because there is so much hallucination and people do not have the data to verify against it, and they get very articulate answers. So I'll skip a couple of these and just say, as a final note, Statebook has partnered with former Secretary Don Graves and his Highland Creek advisors to provide a much more holistic model, looking at all of this data across these silos and providing evidence-based strategy and policy development with consulting, combined with capacity building on the ground, which is very unusual, because how often do you hear of a community that does a study and then nothing happens because they don't have the capacity to implement, and then 5-10 years later they do the same study. So that's a very innovative piece. And then having the technology to track and benchmark actual impact delivered and storytell to share best practices and share lessons learned and so forth. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you. Amy.
Yes. Is this on? Yes. Okay, so as Andrew mentioned, I don't have slides. I can tell you that earlier this summer, the National Science Foundation put out a bunch of requests for solutions. And I can tell you that my team at Georgetown was awarded one of these. But with the government being closed, I can't talk about the specifics of what that project will entail. So instead, I will tell you hypothetically what the project might entail. So this request for solutions was about ways to use administrative data to improve frames and employ new statistical methods for federal statistics. This is great. This is right up my alley. I used to work at Census. I led the administrative data unit. And I was like, wow, this is really good. And they asked for explicitly some data solutions around the science and engineering workforce. And I felt that that was a little narrow. So instead of proposing to them some approaches that would give them a case study about that, I proposed, hypothetically, 5 case studies. And I'm going to tell you a bit about them because it will shed light on where I think the federal statistical system needs to go. So one of these, specifically the one about the science and engineering workforce, I knew what they wanted. I know what they do at NCSES, but I also reckon they do a great job at looking at college graduates and then earn doctorates, things like that. But right now, the story is about non-degree credentials and how the government is not doing a great job measuring that. And this ties in with a lot of what Bob has already told you, that we need to get more information about what's really going on in the workforce, what employers are seeking. And so with a private sector partner, with their private sector data, we are going to be looking into how better to impose the standards that would be using something called Campus API that would let people have interoperability across these post-secondary institutions that are offering these non-degree credentials. And I think that that's a great way to step into this gap that we're in, where we're measuring the stuff that's easy to measure. You've already heard that today. So that's one of the case studies. Another one is really kind of a methods wonky thing. It's how do we use paradata better? This is data about how we're collecting the data. Not metadata, which is data about the data. This is paradata. And so how are we using that to help inform the right way to deal with rising non-response or break-offs in surveys? How are we going to design these collection methods of the future? So that's another example. A third one is taking advantage of the information you can gather in the wild. So if you're driving through different parts of a city and you start to recognize that more of the street signs are not in English, can you collect that information, that organic information, and then turn it into usable data to inform how you're going to either collect data? Do you need to be sending people fluent in other languages? Or is it going to help you better identify where you might need to do oversampling if you're looking for certain populations? So it's figuring out how you gather that information, private sector data, organic data, and fold it into the flow of the federal statistical system's data production system. Another example is one with, hypothetically, partners at Northwestern University. They're already using their AI tools in health data, okay? Healthcare system data, EHRs, they have these very well-crafted embeddings that they're using. And I asked, could you take that approach and plunk it onto another domain? And they said, maybe. And so for this, you needed to have a pile of other data. Well, the good news is I've been working in civil justice data for a long time, and so I do have a pile of data that they are going to test the methods that work, that we know work in health and healthcare, and applying that into civil justice data. And to give you a sense of what that could look like, they're already using their AI approaches to say, given all of these different data points and patterns that we're able to observe, what do we believe the outcome is going to be for this patient? and I want to do that, what is the outcome going to be for this person in the eviction case, this person with multiple medical debt cases, because that's what's in civil justice data. And it's just taking something that has already been proven and seeing how you can employ that in a related domain, which is exactly what our federal statistical agencies are going to need to do. You can't have all of them starting at square one. You need to figure out how you can take proven methods and employ them across the board. Another case study, it seems like there are too many case studies, and there probably are, but you've got to try. You've got to start somewhere, and we're going to see what we can eke out of this. It's a short little period of performance. Thank you, NSF, 10 months. 10 months. Another case study is going to be about transportation surveys. You know, there's a way that the government does them, but are they using private sector data? Can they be using more private sector data? And that's what we're going to be probing on there. And so we've got all of these different approaches that we're going to be testing out, and we're very excited, hoping that some of them can at least share that indication of what the government could be doing. And it's not just that project. Since I left government, I've been trying to see if some of the work that I would hope agencies do, how you can get that done on the outside. And so I'm currently working with a number of states to test and deploy privacy-enhancing technologies. So this is privacy-preserving record linkage, it's secure multi-party computation, it's building synthetic data, it's applying differential privacy. And I'm doing this with red states and some blue states. But it is amazing whenever you say, what are you having trouble measuring? What are you having trouble releasing? And they come and they tell you, and you say, well, you know, there's technology that can help you with that. And a lot of times they think that it's beyond their reach or it's going to be expensive. And so being able to help them identify and understand open source methods to apply these tools, that's where I've been spending my time. And I will mention one more. This was cooked up with Barry Johnson. He was one of my fellow committee members on the advisory committee on data for evidence building. And Barry was on the technical infrastructure subcommittee with me. And that group produced a report that had lots, like 42 recommendations. I joke that we got paid by the word. And Barry and I recognized that these innovations were not going to happen with the set of resources and the set of objectives that the federal agencies already had. And so we wondered what could be done with support from the outside. And with my partner, Ron Borzakowski, we cooked up this thing called the Secure Query System, which is going to enable people to bring cohorts of data that will be matched by IRS, in IRS, and produce preset statistics. So this is not choose your own adventure, but it's an example of how the statistical agencies can innovate with partnership from the outside to meet user needs. And so these are the things that I'm working on. I'm excited to talk about them. I think we need more of them. But I'm able to do this because I'm out there hustling money on the outside, okay? And you need people willing to do that and willing to test things. And some of those things are going to fail. Those 5 case studies, they are not all going to be winners. But I do hope that we learn a lot through them and figure out what the next tranche of projects, the next set of people willing to take those risks are going to be able to pull off.
Thank you. We have 12 minutes remaining, and I'm going to open it up for questions of the 3 presenters regarding what they just told you and what more information you'd like to know from them. Questions? Nobody has a question? Okay, wow. Ron Borzakowski. Yes, well, your name just got mentioned, and so I'm going to just kind of catalyze. Why don't you take a mic and just riff off of what Amy just said.
I should have said more.
Wow, that is. All right. Yeah. You much rather have me riff than sing. That's a really tall order to riff off of Amy, but I can do the following. I can second what Amy said, which is these things are hard because I was I was in the government for a very long time, built a lot of data resources in the government, now trying to do it from academia, going back towards the government, right? So I think the idea of lots of experiments and lots of sort of hustle on the outside is what's needed, because all of these are tied up, not as much, I mean, I think Bob may want to chime in on this. Some of this is getting data standards and aligning people and technical solutions. I don't want to guess, that's 30 or 40% of the challenge. A lot of it is just getting organizations to see the vision, to align, to want to sign the data use agreement, to argue out the contracts, all right? So all of these, those kinds of tasks, I don't know what they're not administrative, they're not legal, they're the organizational hassles outside of the technology are a lot of the impediments to pulling this off. In at least from my experience in the private sector and in government. And it's hard, and I don't know if we have good solutions for that. I mean, the SQS has some ideas on how to do that in particular environments, but it seems that's the impediment to a lot of innovation.
Great, thank you for responding. Ron's a friend, so I know I can just poke him. And so we're going to continue with Ron Jarman. So the census is connected to each of these three efforts in the sense that the Chamber Foundation is making use of employee wage records. Calandra's census are key, census data are key, and what Amy's describing are methods that potentially are useful to, or actually are useful to the Census Bureau. So you want to be a 3-minute discussant here and just give some your thoughts about what you just heard.
I too can't sing a song, so for those of you in the other room, I said that Ron he could sing a song instead of respond, and all my jokes are probably off color. But so you know, look, data standards are a great idea, and we've been wrestling with this at Census for years. But again, it's just one of these things where, you know, at the end of the day, each organization that needs to standardize its data might not benefit enough from said standardization to make that investment, right? And so, you know, we're doing a lot more at Census right now, but it is all pretty internally focused and then sort of immediately externally focused. Like, how do we make our data visible to AI bots and stuff like that? So I think, and certainly like the JetX stuff, you know, because we want to plug right into that. That's a great example. But I mean, there are so many different disparate uses in different domains, and people have different ideas of what standardization is supposed to be. You know, it's hard to get, you know, where this sort of, you know, all the data can come together to do great things. You know, so I just think that it's without some external force acting upon, you know, literally thousands of different organizations around the country. It's not just federal, state, and local governments, but it's companies as well. You know, it's hard to get to where we have this sort of special thing. So then that brings you back to like these fairly local use cases. So the JetX stuff, I think, is a great example of a group of people that use this one type of data, right? But there's still others that use that data that aren't involved in that effort. So you know, it's always great to talk about these things, and I'm involved in lots of these conversations, but after a while, you kind of get, you know, we've been talking about metadata and standards for my entire career. And so, anyway.
Andrew, can I respond to Ron?
Please.
Oh, and then, where there have been standards that work, you look at Medicaid, and that's because the government said, you're going to use the Medicaid statistical information system. Here is what you have to use if you want money. Or you look at electronic health records, and you have the Affordable Care Act saying, you didn't like HL7, but now you have to like fire. Welcome to the new world, right? And so where you've had, or even in some of the criminal justice data, you had the required reporting for the UCR, the Uniform Crime Reports, and now there's not even full adoption of NIBRS, which is the incident-based. And so where you've seen people try to move forward, it's because the government has either had a giant carrot or a giant stick or both. And so I'm really eager. I would love it if JetX took hold. I love enhanced wage records, but it's really that adoption journey that people need to be on.
Hey, Andrew, can I build on that?
Yeah, actually, Bob was going to call you, so yeah, go ahead.
But thanks, Amy, for mentioning it. The HL7 example in health records is a great example because it's public-private collaboration with a voluntary consensus standards body, HL7, which together created unbelievable, more public-private cooperation in implementation and use. So there's a great example. Love to see that applied, I guess, in the areas that we deal with on jobs and employment with an entity like HR Open Standards Consortium with the federal agencies and states. So, but that's a great example on the HL7.
Thank you, Bob. Actually, and to follow up, the question I had for you, or request I have for you is to just describe the interactions of the federal agencies in JetX. To what extent have they been involved in the nature of their involvement?
Yeah, I think as the last slide, I'm sorry I had to rush through that, but in our pilot phase, we were able to bring together Brian's group in South Carolina along with Arkansas, and then Julie Hatch at BLS helped organize a BLS team to really work through an end-to-end data pipeline that took the data standardization package that would allow consolidated reporting of state UI and the two, again, surveys that are the basis for the quarterly census that is used widely for employment wages, to demonstrate how we can take administrative records from state UI enhanced with surveys, historically surveys done in cooperation with the LMI units of states, and put those together along with the OEWS, which is the #1 source of data for occupation or employment by occupation. And so that we learned so much by working with those leading states and with the private sector partners of ADP and Finch, who are major HR integrators. So when we put a team like that together around a very specific pilot project, everybody learns faster and we get to solutions faster and also for next steps. So I just want to, again, thanks for all those partners that we learned so much from.
Great, thank you. So I think we're going to close out. We got 3 minutes to the roundtables. Chris, you want to? Oh, I'm sorry. Jen, sorry.